is import modernizations, shipping logistics, inland waterways, and green maritime solutions. Let me briefly introduce the pioneering Swedish companies joining us today. Apoca, experts in port management and automation solutions. Berg Propulsion, leaders in powertrain and propulsion systems. Candela, innovators in maritime transportation, electrification, and jetty harbors. Eshandia, specialists in maritime battery systems for hybrid and electrical vessels. Trelleborg Marine Systems, providers of advanced terminal infrastructure and automated mooring. In closing, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Joint Secretary, and your colleagues for your support in making this dialogue possible. On behalf of Team Sweden, I look forward to building enduring partnerships that will shape the future of maritime connectivity between our two great nations. Thank you, and I wish us all a productive and inspiring week ahead.
Thank you, Sven, for your good words. And I'd like to request Joint Secretary Shipping to share the stage, share his words, and open the stage for the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Consul General. I'm pleasantly surprised by your attire. Very cheerful. Distinguished industry leaders, partners, and friends. We stand today at the cusp of a new era in global maritime commerce, an era defined by digitalization and decarbonization. Here, I'm going to discuss about the next major force that will be transitioning in India. One of the things that we have done is a share in the port sector. I will be focusing more on the shipbuilding sector. I'll be touching upon the other aspects as well. We are building an entirely new competitive ecosystem to becoming a global manufacturing hub for ships and shipbuilding. A call for the collaborative approach is always there, and we value Sweden as a very important partner. The signed 2019 STCW agreement talks about the mutual benefits that Sweden and India will have. While Sweden will have access to India's rapidly growing maritime sector, cost competitive manufacturing base, India will have access to world-leading expertise in electrified port operations, biofuel technology, zero-emission vessel development. Let me touch upon the Indian shipbuilding ecosystem, the overall investment ecosystem that we have. A decision has been taken, and the government has already approved schemes worth 70,000 crores, approximately 9 to 10 billion. We have other policies also lined up for this particular purpose. That is to invest in Indian shipbuilding, repair, as well as other aspects of maritime sector. The Indian government is fully committed to transforming our maritime sector through flagship programs that directly benefit foreign investment. Two schemes I would like to bring forth. The first one is Sagarmala program, which is a port-led industrialization program, and it is focusing on the shipbuilding clusters, coastal economic zones near major ports. Then we have the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, which works on the multimodal connectivity, ensuring supply chain for materials, speed up vessels delivery, and ensure efficient movement of spares. Now coming to the most important one, we are having the shipbuilding in which we have a revamped policy which is called as Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme. This basically provides on the supply side for the shipyards an assistance per ship which fit into the guidelines. This is slightly on the higher, the capital support is slightly on the higher side for the green, hybrid and the specialized vessels. We know that Sweden is a leader in the hybrid and electrical propulsion technologies. I think there is a natural compatibility in this particular sector. We want you to set up joint ventures or manufacturing units in India and get this assistance percolated through this industry. We have another one which is part of this 70,000 odd crores, which is Maritime Development Fund. This is about 25,000 crores, in which we are expecting that 50% of the funds will be private investors. Government of India will be contributing 49% and the rest to be contributed by the ports, international financial institutions. There is a sovereign fund, sovereign guarantee that is always there. This we want to have investments for larger capital intensive projects, creating a stable and attractive financing environment for the foreign investors as well as for the ship owners alike. Let me touch upon the advantages that we have now with the policy developments. One is the lower operating cost. There is a lower labor cost compared with the traditional shipbuilding giants. And we can ensure this cost competitiveness at least for the next 2 decades. And we have vast skilled man force that is available. The workforce that is here.
Sure. Thank you. Now I like to invite our head of Mumbai office, Business Sweden, Mr. Christopher Lehman.
Thank you very much, Pritam. I think they found my table. So, dear Consulate General, Mrs. Svannesberg, Joint Secretary Shipping, distinguished speakers, and respected guests. It's my privilege to join you today for the first Sweden country session together with the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, port authorities, Swedish maritime companies, and our Indian partners who have played an important role in strengthening relations between both countries in the maritime sector. Let me briefly introduce you to Business Sweden. So our purpose is to help Swedish companies reach their full international potential and for foreign companies to invest and expand in Sweden. Business Sweden currently has more than 50 offices spread over some 40 plus countries globally. And in those markets we collaborate with Swedish embassies, consulates, Chamber of Commerce and other local networks for the benefit of Swedish companies and their internationalization efforts. And for the past 30 years, Business Sweden has played an active role in enhancing trade and investments between Sweden and India. We have continued to grow significantly in India, and now we have close to 35 employees spread across our 3 offices. And in March this year, we also took an exciting step forward by opening our 3rd office now in Mumbai, apart from then being active also in Delhi and in Bangalore. Sweden has a long history of producing world-class companies and continues to be a world leader in innovation. Sweden and India, of course, share a long-standing commitment to innovation-led growth and sustainable development. Over the past 6 years, Swedish companies have invested some 2.5 billion US in India, creating more than 17,000 jobs. And today there are more than 280 Swedish companies operating in India, employing 200,000 people directly and 2.2 million people indirectly. Meanwhile, 70 Indian companies have invested in Sweden and generating about 7,000 direct jobs. And in addition of the Mumbai offices, we're strengthening our presence here in Mumbai by being closer to the financial capital, obviously the industrial hub of Pune, and now we're also contributing to the maritime sector here in Mumbai, which we're all very excited about. I'm confident that the Sweden and India partnership will grow stronger and prosper, and that it will stand as a fine example in maritime sector collaboration as well. And today's country session is joined by 5 Swedish companies leading in their specific application areas within the maritime sector. And with that note, I would like to welcome Pritam Singh, Project Manager at Business Sweden, to help moderate the presentation sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. It's been a pleasure having you and also sharing the stage with the Swedish companies. So what is Sweden is all about is the companies we have represented and sitting with us today. With that adieu, I just wanted to introduce the Swedish companies that is sharing on the stage. We have Mr. Nakul Virat, Chief Commercial Officer from Candela. We have Rakshi Sachinan, Senior Strategist at NDIB. Mr. Philip Shabane, Managing Director West, Bush Propulsion. We have Mr. Ahmed Abu Salim, Regional Sales Director, IMEA, Trelleborg Marine. We have Mr. Arun Jaykumar, Director Business and Operations, APEC Apoka IB, joined by Christopher Lemon, Market Manager, Mumbai. I'll hand over to and wanted to welcome Nakul to share a few words and share more about the Candela. Over to you, Nakul.
Good morning. I hope you guys are doing well today. So my name is Nakul Virat, and I'm going to talk a little bit about Candela. I think some of us have seen what Candela is all about, but for others, it's going to be quite a fun ride, I should say. So let's start. So Candela is the largest electric vessel company in the world. We hail from Stockholm, and we are not just any electrical vessel manufacturer. We are actually a hydrofoiling vessel as well, and that is the key reason why we've been able to be the largest, right? So just talking a little bit about electric vessels, the reason we don't see so many high-speed and long-range electric vessels around the world is because the cost of energy is just so high, right? Water is 1,000 times denser than air, and the cost of operating a vessel on water is extremely high, right? So if you compare a traditional vessel compared to same size car, the vessel consumes 15 times more energy because of the density of water, right? And also, if you think about the best electrical battery systems out there compared to diesel or gasoline, the diesel is 15 times more energy dense compared to the battery systems out there, right? So we have a problem of 15 times 15, and hence the vessels consume a lot of energy, right? So what we try to do is we actually go to the ground zero, right? We try and figure out how do we reduce the amount of energy that is required. And we use the hydrofoiling technology. So by hydrofoiling technology, we are able to sort of raise above the water. So 95% of the vessel surface area is actually outside of the water. And we have 2 wings that are submerged under the water. And we use the same technology as the airplane technology, right? That as the speed picks up, pressure is developed under the wings, and that creates a lift. And that's exactly what we do. So we are a catamaran hull vessel, right? And there are 2 wings submerged underneath. And these wings are not as huge as an airplane wing. These are slightly smaller wings, right, that are sort of the size of the width of the vessel. And by doing that, we are able to, so as the speed picks up at 16 knots, we completely rise above the water, and at 18 knots, we are 95% above, and at 25 knots, which is our service speed, we are able to be the most efficient high-speed craft in the world, right? So this is what it sort of looks like, and some of the benefits of the Candela vessel are that of environment, economy, and the experience of it, right? From an environment standpoint, it's electric, so there is zero emissions of any kind, zero noise, zero carbon emissions, zero anything, right? So it's really, really good. And we also create very little wake, right? And wake is really bad for our environment and our marine life out there. So with that, we are able to protect our environment, protect our shorelines, and with that, because we are flying above the water, so to say, we reduce the amount of energy that we require, right? Hence, we have very small batteries on board, and with the small batteries, we can charge them really rapidly as well. So, so that creates a concept that improves the economy as well, right? So from an economy standpoint, the single largest operating cost in any ferry operator's budget is the cost of energy, right? And we are able to reduce that by 90%. The second biggest one is the cost of services. And traditionally, these vessels get serviced every 200, 250 hours. Our vessel gets serviced every 3,000 hours, right? So we're completely revolutionizing the marine transportation as well, right? And then, of course, you'll ask, what, of course, there's batteries in there, how quickly can you charge, and how long does it take, and all of that, right? So we can charge in less than 50 minutes, right? So it's faster than your car. And the EV chargers that we use are automotive grade, right? So these EV chargers exist already. You don't need a fancy new EV charger that is a strain on the grid. So it's fairly simple and things that are kind of available already. And that equation leads to a concept that we are able to break even in less than 3 years, right? And of course, the lifetime of the vessel is far longer than that. So it's quite interesting. So these are the wings that I was talking about, and the propulsion system at the back, which is connected to the rudders. All of them are fully retractable, right? So that when you go in shallow water, you can go as a standard catamaran, but also when you go in deeper waters, you can actually extend and go down as a hydrofoiling vessel. And the experience is that you don't feel like you are in a rolling and pitching and slamming sort of a vessel where you get seasick. Here, the feeling is more like you are in an airplane, flying, cruising at 10,000, 12,000 meters above sea level. So it opens up a different experience and creates a new mode of transportation. So what we are trying to do in India is essentially that we are trying to get into the water metro, water transport, water taxi sort of business. That will allow, let's say in Mumbai, people to commute from South Mumbai to, let's say, the airport in a matter of minutes, rather than I don't know how long it takes, right? And that creates positivity in terms of GDP growth. It creates lower carbon emissions. It also reduces the number of cars on the road, and that is really beneficial, right? And these are the waterways that sort of exist already. We have 6 different variants of our vessels. One is the 30-passenger water shuttle. You can think of it as a bus on water, right? And the cost of operation of the Candela shuttle is more like a public bus on the road, right? And so we've completely revolutionized that. Then we have a business version and the Voyager version. And with our friends over there, Jal Vimana, we are bringing the business version to to Mumbai, and also the 30-passenger shuttle for commuter service. Of course, at the bottom, we have 3 other variants. One is the crew transfer vessel, which is up to 30 passenger. So our ports, the ships cannot come all the way to the ports because of depth issues, and so they park slightly far away, and we can transport crew very rapidly and in a cost-effective manner, let's say to the Vardwan port or to other ports around Nhava Sheva. And we can do it in a cost-effective way without any emissions. Globally speaking, the marine industry emits 8% of carbon emissions. We can get rid of that. We have a solution for that available now that is manufactured in high volume, not a concept in somebody's lab, right? From a cargo standpoint, we can do that. I mean, India is growing rapidly in terms of fast commerce, and we can help do almost the last mile. And the semi-open is more of a tourism hospitality version where we can transport people for just having fun on the sea. And we arrive in style, so a Tesla-like door opens up by a touch of a button, and by a touch of another button, a telescopic ramp pulls up, right? And this ramp can go all the way down to the water level, and it can go up to 2.5 meters. So we can accommodate any existing jetty, a fixed jetty, or a floating dock, and that works beautifully, right? And if you think about older people with that need to operate in a wheelchair, or if you're trying to bring your luggage or your bikes, it's extremely easy to just walk in and out rather than trying to hop over from a side loading standpoint, right? So we arrive in style and we leave in style. It can be transported into lakes and rivers by simply transporting over a flatbed truck. So that opens up a lot of inland waterways as well, so not just coastline. And you can pick it up from a single point and transport it on the truck. So we are bringing Jal Viman, with the help of Jal Viman, our partners there, we're bringing 11 of our vessels to Mumbai. And the first of our vessels will start arriving early next year, and I welcome all of you to look out for those vessels. And as we say in India, it takes a village to raise a kid. We are the kid, please help raise Candela. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakul. We are very much looking forward to have the Candela boats being seen from Gateway of India, and look forward to also take a ride in that. Next, I'd like to invite Rakshit from India to share about what India is up to, and they look forward to electrify India's ambitions.
Thank you. You just click on play, or you get to the next slide? Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rakshit Sachitanand. I'm from India Marine. We're a builder of heavy-duty batteries for the maritime industry, based out of Stockholm in Sweden. So one way of thinking about how we differ from, for example, Candela, is that the batteries that we build are typically the size of Candela's vessel. So we're a few orders of magnitude bigger in terms of the scale of vessels that we typically electrify or hybridize. So I'm just going to start with a little bit of this is a video from a vessel that we've delivered to, that's currently operating in Denmark. It's a 100-meter vessel and operates to and fro between 2 islands in Denmark, doing throughout the day. So.
It's totally just like driving an electric car. There's no engine vibrations and no noise. And if you look out, you see no smoke. So it's a big difference, and people, they're very, very happy.
The battery system is designed to minimize time in port, and it can charge its own capacity in only 20 minutes.
And we have been sailing here for 2.5, 3 months, and we have never ever missed any departure.
So like I said, we're Arabian Marine, based out of Stockholm, Sweden. We supply batteries to maritime and the offshore industries. We've existed since 2018, doing batteries only. Done over 100 vessels globally, from smaller 40-meter vessels up to over 100 meters. I think I will reiterate this, but there are battery companies where dedicated to this, what is globally a fairly small niche in the battery industry, which is maritime. So our solutions, knowledge, and network are focused solely on the maritime industry, and this allows us to meet the unique demands that the maritime industry places on battery technology. We've recently taken in some significant long-term investors. I think this is also important to mention, because there have been a number of sort of unstable companies in the historically in the business, but we're on very stable footing, and we have the base to meet growing demand. We have offices in Europe, North America, and Asia, and we have production in Sweden and the US, and of course, we're looking actively now to localize production here to meet the ambitious goals that India has set for itself. So, like I mentioned, we've done pretty much every type of vessel delivery that is out there. We started out doing smaller ferries. So the orange ferries over there are 7 vessels operating currently in Copenhagen. And then we moved up in both in size of vessel and size of battery system. Our first battery systems were 200 kilowatt hours. Now we're consistently delivering 20 or 40 times that size per delivery. We also, because of the unique properties of our battery system, where the battery of choice for applications that require a high degree of safety, and so we've done a number of orders within naval and offshore and the offshore industries. And just some references to understand what we've done in the Indian context. We are, in a sense, a young company, but we have a very strong Indian heritage. We supplied battery systems to the Kochi water metro system that I'm sure many of you have visited, and those batteries have now been operating successfully for over 5 years. So we're very proud of this cooperation that we've had with KMRL and Cochin Shipyard. We were also pioneers in electrification of tugboats. So we supplied batteries to the Sparky tug that's currently operating in Auckland. It's been operating successfully since 2022. What's special about these battery systems is that they can be charged, in this case, twice a day, but they will last 25 years, which is essentially the life of the vessel hull. And we are proud to announce that we will also supply battery systems to the first tug within the GTTP program, currently, which will be operated at Kandla. And the GTTP program is globally very unique. There is no other program in the world that's as ambitious and places as high demands on vessel equipment. So in this case, the vessel will be operated more or less constantly, requiring up to 5 charges per day. And so our batteries are perfectly suited from a lifetime and from a frequency of charging standpoint. It's also important to mention that we are these batteries are especially well suited to the Indian or the tropical context. Batteries sort of age more or less depending on ambient conditions, and so a a system that works well in the Nordics may or may not work well in tropical conditions, but we've shown over the last 5 years that the battery systems that we deliver are suitable for these conditions. And I'd just like to reiterate, our DNA is in maritime. The maritime industry is a fairly small business within the battery world, but we stay committed to this industry, and we would like to grow with and within the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakshit. Now moving forward, I'd like to invite Philip from Bird Propulsion.
All right. Hello and most welcome everyone to this session. Thank you all for being here. Thank you Consulate General for organizing it. Thank you Business Sweden for making this a wonderful day and a wonderful week. I represent Berg Propulsion. Berg Propulsion is obviously a propulsion company, but it's not only a propulsion company, it's a company that cares more than anyone else about the propeller design. We are living with the propeller and we're offering the best possible efficiency outcome of any energy source by designing the propeller so well. In addition, we focus a lot on uptime. We take care of customers over a long time. We understand that efficiency is one thing, but with breakdowns and so on, that doesn't play at all. We do take care throughout the value chain. And was mentioned earlier, we also spend a lot of efforts trying to upgrade and transform existing fleets to become something much more efficient than they were when they built, because the trade situation changed during the time. And that brings me to the history of the company. So we're not a newcomer. The company established more than 100 years ago in the archipelago of northern Gothenburg. It has then evolved throughout various transitions to what it is today, a pure propeller manufacturer, but with the concepts of taking responsibility for a full propulsion solution. So it's a dear history, and we think this is important because when we work with our customer, we work for long term. We do not only see this as a short-term intervention either in a region or with a specific customer. We have been hanging in there for more than 100 years, and trust us, we will be with you at all times. This is an overview of where we are. I mean, we're honored to be here in India, right? A completely different part of the world. This is how our world looks like right now. You have 3 different sites and 2 different islands in Gothenburg. Only that is quite remarkable. So if you have any reasons to travel through Sweden, this merits a visit only for the sights of it, right? But of course, we have a wonderful manufacturing site and nice colleagues to meet. Having said that, we are also global. So we do work with fully owned subsidiary companies who represent us in different regions. We have blue dots here being Eurasia, we have the Middle East area, we have Singapore, Southeast Asia area, which currently is looking after India, and we have China, Northeast Asia. And then there are some golden dots, so to say, beige dots, which are partners, which we sometimes obviously need to take on the responsibility. That could be service partners, or it could be agents and so on. You see 2 dots in India here. They are both golden, so to say, right? So we are not fully established yet here, but that's the purpose of this visit, to establish ourselves, take the first footprint into a very long history where we're going to join with Indian talent, because there is a lot of talent here, right? And we just need to understand how that merges best together with what we can offer. So that's the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why my colleague Amrita is here, and we are really looking forward to what this week can give us in terms of input to that. So short about the company, right? It's first of all privately held. This is not a stock-listed company. It's fully privately held, which also gives the whole passion to the company, right? It is fully owned by blood and soul working in the company. Every single owner of that company is working day to day at the company. There's no remote ownership. It's purely us who work in the company building up this tremendous self-esteem. We are 350 people. 250 of those are in Sweden, So we're expanding, and hopefully that number will grow, but I'm hoping that that number will also grow with Indian colleagues as we move forward. The map here is the heat map of where ships operate using Berg systems. So you, as very well know, shipping is very international. I mean, we talk a lot about India manufacturing and ports here, but it is super international. Ships that come here, they have been somewhere else to get here with the goods, or the other way around, right? Which means the requirements on us as suppliers to have strong footprints where it makes a difference, and then be able to serve anywhere in the world. So as an example, we have to operate in southwest of Africa because there's oil fields there. We do a lot of supply ships, and they end up there. Tugboats may end up in South America, they may end up in India, they may end up in Australia, and yet we will have to look after those vessels. So it describes a bit of complexity we're looking or we're facing. But we are very well established, as you can see, with different products in different places of the world. So what are we doing more specifically, right? Propellers. As I said, no one else cares as much as a propeller as we do. That may be strange, but that's how it comes around. In contrast to propellers on more foiling and advanced short sea ships, this is quite big stuff, right? We're talking diameters at the lowest 2 meters, at the highest 8.5, I think, to propel all kind of ships, mainly then cargo ships, right? But that includes ro-ro ships and ropax ships and certain ferries. The main difference between us and others is that we are focusing not only on propeller, but on control of pitch version of a propeller. So we can adapt the propeller angle all the time to the different needs of a ship. That makes us focus on the coastal type of vessels rather than the big Maersk line container vessels, right? Which are spending a lot of time in one transit mode. We rather focus on those who have different transit modes, who then require more optimal setting of the propulsion. Same goes for the MTAs, but that's obviously for tugboats and offshore vessels. Also that comes with the controllable pitch propellers if the customer believes that's the right thing. And then we try to optimize everything around it. With electrical integration, we help positioning and maneuvering with both thrusters, and we have an advanced control system to always optimize the performance solution. So this is a bit looking into India, where we do have quite some vessels operating, and we do have quite significant orders ongoing in India as we speak. Someone told me it's already 40 vessels on order. That's not 40 vessels being built this year, that's 40 vessels being built from now up until a certain time in future. So you have seen, we're already in here, right? We're already living in the culture, we're trying to live the culture, we're trying to be present here, and we've been quite successful so far, yet there's much more to do. Yards that we interact with, I mentioned a few. It's Mazagon, it's Shaugali, it's Udupi, it's GRSE, to mention a few. Cochin, of course, which represents a big prominent yard here as well, right? But not saying that these are the only ones. We fully understand the diversity that's in place here in India, right? There's so many things growing up next to these big yards, and we're also focusing on them, of course. On the topic of environmental transitions and tugs specifically, we do look very deep into not only the propulsion, but also the hybridization of it. Because as you may know or may not know, the propeller itself is the far biggest consumer of energy on any ship. If we then optimize that better than anyone else, we also have the capacity to help dimension and tailor the best possible total energy solution. Of course, we will not provide engine to you, we will not build the batteries for you, but we will design the concepts with the best settings, best from a cost perspective, best from a performance perspective and uptime perspective. So we do that design, but our core manufacturing is still the propeller. Okay? And this is how it could look. This is just symbolizing, I mean, what's our relationship to a captain? I mean, of course, he doesn't see the propeller. He doesn't see all too often what's going on the shaft line or anything else in the engine room, right? But up on the deck, we have our controls, we have our joysticks to maneuver all this, and we have the systems to balance where to use energy and when to use energy the most. Specifically then in a hybrid situation that could be, right? And we're engaging a lot of those tug hybrid or full electric discussions that's ongoing today. My colleague Amrita here is going to present very interesting stuff at between 3 and 5 o'clock this afternoon in in a room nearby here, right? So finishing off with a few representative ships that we're engaged in to show you the width that we have to operate in as a propulsion supplier. All these are of different magnitude, creating different needs, and we're trying to meet them by loads of engineering hours going into the sales process, because we don't really sell from a catalog at all. We sell from complete brain power by understanding the customer in and out and transition that into products that are installed in these kind of ships. And that reaches then, of course, from a quite severe offshore complex duties to RoPax, to luxury yachts, to governmental sales projects. And not the least sailing ships, which was quite interesting on that previous slide. And because when you add a sail assistance to a ship, what happens? You add power that the propeller was not expecting because it didn't come from an engine, right? So with a pitchable propeller, you can actually transition your pitch on the propeller to overcome the problem of it being a potential brake to the vessel. You can even feather the whole propeller, putting it in streamlined positions so water flows through the propeller without resistance, taking maximum use of the wind. That's an example of innovation. So by that, I thank you so much and hand over to the next speaker. Sorry, I cannot hear. Yeah. This green vessel. So that's a seismological vessel where you measure, you look for oil, basically, right? So it's 10 kilometers of cable after that one that transition through all the different places where they could find oil. So that vessel has those capabilities.
So we will have the question and answers at the end of the session also. So I'm happy to have more questions after this. But thank you, Philip. Thank you so much. I'd like to hand over to Mr. Abu Salim from Trelleborg Marine for sharing about their firm.
So
over to you.
I just want to correct my name. So my name is Ahmed Abu Salim. Good morning, everyone. We still have 15 minutes before afternoon, so good morning. I'm very excited to present Trelleborg, to give you some insight about Trelleborg Group, our global presence, our service and product. Today's session will not be a lot about product, because tomorrow we'll have a detailed session about services and product and what we can support India with. And please feel free to join tomorrow if you find it interesting. So, starting with some facts about Trelleborg Group. So Trelleborg Group with a sales of 3 billion euros, and we are present globally at 40 countries with 100 manufacturing. That's where Trelleborg work, serving the clients with a certain values of keeping customer focus, centered, try to be close to him, and we do that through innovation, self-responsibility, and performance of our product and people. So, sustainability is at the heart of Trelleborg's strategy. And with that, we have envisioned to be the leader in our industry when it's come to sustainable and become more friendly to the environment. And to do that vision, we are working on having zero green gas house emission by 2030 and reducing up to 50% by 2025, which we are on track for that. How we are planning to achieve our sustainability. So our area of focus when it comes to sustainability, it's about supply chain and make sure that we have a circular economy with the supply chain. And then we work also with the green tech and clean tech for decarbonization of the industry. And also we are working on engineering sustainable solution for durability. So looking to Trelleborg Group, we serve many industries, starting from aerospace, automobile, and we can see energy renewables, chemical processing. All of these different industries we need to do tailor-made solution to meet their needs. So that's with our factories, capabilities, innovation, and R&D, which we have 40 centers R&D globally, we are capable to give a good service to our customers. Now, I'm coming from a business unit called Marine and Infrastructure. I would say maybe we are a small business unit compared to Trelleborg. Our revenue is up to 250 million, 260 million. Hopefully we are keep growing and growing. So we, in our business unit, we covering marine system, which consists of docking and mooring equipments and marine fender. We do also with the gas transfer equipments and also oil and gas platforms and infrastructure. And maybe most also common with the speakers about the vessels, also we do the navigation and piloting system, which we provided to our pilots. Going with marine fenders, Trelleborg has a very wide range of a product when it comes to fixed fender. Fixed fender is the fender which you fix it to the key wall, and then we have also the floating fender. With that, we are able to serve the clients with all the requirements he needs. And it's not about the product, also it's about the engineering, the application, the know-how of that system. As well as the fenders, we have the advanced technology when it comes to the docking and mooring. And this is where we have the line mooring system, where it consists of bollards, smart bollards, and quick release hooks. Quick release hooks mainly being used for LNG terminals, LPG. And then we go with a more advanced technology, which is the automated mooring system. It's coming with fully automated, and this is where we're trying to, that's the industry is going for, with no ropes using on our industry. Now, keeping in mind customer service is important. The service for the client is in our mind. We do have on-site service. We have a dedicated team globally based on India, Singapore, Australia, and Europe. And this is where we can give more services for our equipment, especially in oil and gas industry where it's needed. So we can do the commissioning and installation, inspection, and checking even the functionality testing. Now, coming to our global footprint, I'm talking here about the marine system. So we have 4 production locations, and hopefully it will become 5 here in India soon. We will have also 13 sales offices in all the globe, and that's all Trelleborg offices with Trelleborg employees. Presence in India. So Trelleborg has India in their mind from the first stage. From the market dynamic, but not only that, mainly from the talent and the skills available in this market. So for that Trelleborg Marine System, we had our service of India Center of Excellence, where that we do all our engineering, all our design. That's based in Ahmedabad, and this is for the global support, where you can see the pre-bid, post-bid, all the technical engineering with finite element analysis and all these things. And so far, with 90 engineers, we are very happily with the outcome which we have, and to be aligned also with India Maritime vision, we know that we need to be in India more, and that's why we are building a new factory in, okay, I'm bad with names now, Halulu in Ahmedabad, and that will be operating and product will be starting by end of 2026, beginning of 2027. And that's also to make sure that we are serving the market in the right way and to continue aligning with the maritime vision. That's it from my side. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you, Ahmed. I'll request Arun from Apoka to share about your firm and your role in the India's maritime journey.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for your patience. And I know the pressure on me, the last speaker, so I will try to do my best to keep you engaged. So I represent Apoka. Apoka is a Swedish engineering basically focus more on automation and electrical. And right now we see that India has a good potential in terms of shipbuilding and port segment. That's why we are here for this visit to establish our presence. And we are not a newcomer to India. We have been doing business in India for the last 15 years. And in the last 5 years, it has been a little bit ups and downs with the shipbuilding. So now we are here again to focus more in the Indian market. And a short tagline I would say for APOCA when it comes to India is we are here to power the ports and vessels into the future with the Green Tug initiative and all the green transition in terms of where India is going into shipbuilding. And we are globally a strength of 45 people, and we have offices in Sweden, which is the headquarters. And out of Sweden, we are present in Singapore and Malaysia. Singapore is one of the big shipbuilding nation or retrofit nation for now. And we have a strong presence in Pune, India, and then we have a small office in Brazil as well. And when it comes to the vessels and ports, I would try to establish the solution, what we can offer for the Indian ports and the shipbuilding. So first of all, we have this port electrification and shore power. So to talk about the shore power, of course, many people, they say they do the shore power, where APOCA's strong strength is we have the technology, not only for the 50 hertz, but also the 60 hertz. And also, if the frequency is going to differ from ship to ship, we have that niche technology with for the existing vessels, we can do a retrofit without any huge capex involved. So for that technology, you can always approach APOCA, and we are happy to share and partner with the local shipbuilders in India and also the local ship owners if you want to retrofit your existing vessel into the green transition program. And the next big one is the BESS system, which is a battery energy storage system. And we don't produce battery, that's why we have Ichandia here. But then our strong suit is again the software, where we can capitalize the grid power as well as the renewable power. So that's a strong suit of automation we can bring in, or the niche technology again as a Swedish solution provider we can bring in, where we can charge the battery both from renewables and also the power grid without stressing the power grid. So one of the application I can talk about is the port of Gothenburg, where we have implemented this BESS system using both renewables and also the power grid. So in Sweden, the power is billed like on a second-to-second basis, where typically during the day the cost of the power is high, and during the night nobody uses it, it becomes low. So we have an intelligent software which is handling the power between the power grid and also the solar or the wind. And based on whenever the grid power is cheaper, we tap the power from the grid and charge the battery. And then other good thing with our BESS system is that, as Candela was also saying about the quick charge system for the port of Gothenburg, they have a very intense operation. So all their terminal tractors, forklift and straddle carriers, they are working 24/7, and the operators are going to come for the lunch for, let's say, 40 minutes to 60 minutes, and that is the only period available to charge these EVs. And our battery system, the software especially, can do a quick charge. So it is charging for anywhere between 6 to 12 hours, and it can like discharge or quick charge the vehicles in a matter of hours, which is very, very useful for the port of Gothenburg. That is a niche technology that APOCA can offer for the Indian ports. And also for the shipbuilding, the same BESS system can be on board the vessel for the green transition as well. And the third and the most important is the automation and digitalization, where we are very strong in terms of electrification of the ports. So some of the ports in India and over the world, they are quite old, and then they don't want to do a very huge capex investment to go into the green transition. That's where, as a electrification and automation provider, we can come in, take your existing assets and extend the lifetime of the assets without any huge investment. And right now, as we are speaking, we are working with Petronas, the national oil for Malaysia, upgrading their ports and the terminals for, especially with the cranes. So they have like 15, 20-year-old straddle carriers and other bulk cargo cranes, especially the bucket cranes. And we are on a project or on a cooperation with the Petronas to upgrade their cranes, the existing cranes, without any huge capex. And similarly, we can do not only for the cranes, but also the conveyors. When you talk about like Odisha port or Paradip port, we have recently delivered like a retrofit upgrade for one of the unloaders in Paradip Phosphate Limited. So those are some of our strong capability when it comes to modernization. And coming to the shipbuilding again, Joint Secretary mentioned the good thing about retrofit market. Yes, that's a market and it's a huge market. Previously, China was into the retrofit and now they are more into monopolizing the new building. So I see there is a good opportunity for Indian shipbuilders to retrofit. And as you know, IMO passes a regulation and suddenly everyone needs to do it. So that's where India can well prepared for the shore power and the BESS system, because these are the technology which is already being implemented in US and Europe. So slowly in another 3 to 5 years, it will also be implemented to this part of the world. And we are having the technology, and as we know, India has the manpower and the skill set. So we are in the right turning point in the history where India can step into the retrofit market. And there is a huge market, and we are very, very happy to partner with the Indian shipbuilders and Indian local ship owners to see how we can retrofit your vessel to extend the lifetime of the vessel. And we were asked to share some of the current projects we have done or doing. We have delivered a lot of projects for L&T shipyard in southern India, and also Pipavav port, traditionally like for the cement vessels. And when Atal ABG shipyard was there, we were also delivering a couple of projects for the ABG yard. So currently we are working on this project for Reliance. The picture you see in the right is for the Singapore Jurong port, one of the biggest cement terminal in the world, or it's the biggest cement terminal in the world. So right now for Reliance, we'll also be delivering a similar solution, but it's for salt handling for their upcoming petrochemical complex there. And we are in the works, and this one should be commissioned mid of next year or end of next year, depends on the schedule. And one of the other current projects that we delivered, and just now one of our colleague, he finished the dry dock in Colombo for the vessel, is that this vessel, Advaita, is sailing for Ultratech Cement, and it is under the Synergies Fleet Ship Management. And Apoca is the proud automation provider for the entire cement system on board the vessel. So this vessel is kind of like a very specialized and a niche type of vessel. This is not like a general cargo or a general tanker. So this is only suited to carry cement, barite, and bentonite. And then the control system is, how to say, like the value of the vessel is more based on the cement it can carry, how fast it can unload or discharge in the port. So it saves the vessel lay berth time in the ports and everything. And we have partnered with many cement carriers and cement owners, especially in Japan and Ultratech, to deliver these kind of vessels. And this photo is taken from their website. So the one on the right is there claimed by the owner. So we can, with using our control system, you can save more fuel because the weight of the vessel and the discharge, everything consumes power, and we can reduce the power quite considerably. And even though we are a small company or a SME in that sense, but our project portfolio, I'm very proud to share. So all the pin marks you can see is that where we have delivered one of the projects. I would say almost all the countries in the world we have delivered the projects. And yeah, rightfully we did not mark the vessels, then it would have been really very cramped kind of a footprint. But then when it comes to global delivery or global partners, you can see our strong suit. We have delivered all over the world, and now we are really committed to India to join India in their green transition and the shipbuilding program, and we see a good potential. So please take contact with us, and we are happy to help. And finally, before I finish it, just to build the confidence. So on the left, you can see all the Indian references where we have worked with directly with the shipyard, like L&T shipyard or ABG shipyard in the past. And right now, we are working with the ports as well, like PPL, Paradeep Phosphate Limited, Paradeep Port, and Reliance. Now we will be delivering something soon next year. And also we are quite working with the marine OEMs like Civatal or McGregor, who are doing the cranes, RoRo equipments for the RoRo carriers and some things. And just to highlight on the other global references, because Joint Secretary was mentioning about this LNG vessels and everything. So now we are working with the, we call it like FSRU, floating storage regasification unit in Indonesia. And the specialty about this FSRU plant is that it's a floating ship, but then it is providing the 80% of Jakarta's power, which is something like, if you imagine Mumbai's whole power will be supplied by one ship, and Apoca's automation and control system is the one powering that vessel. And this vessel is already 20 years old, and we have won the contract again to upgrade this vessel. especially the control system, which is a planned shutdown for only 6 days next year in March. And we have done all the study and all the things are ready. So we are quite tight on the schedule. When you talk about a ship of that criticality, it can stop only for 6 days because it is powering a whole city. So APOCA's strength lies in both, not only in technical, but also in the project management. So that is one of the biggest strengths I would like to emphasize here. And we come to the end of the slide. As I promised, I think I kept it short. But here is our contacts. We are open for questions, and please do take contact with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you so much. Now moving forward, we look forward to have our Indian speakers also share about their journeys, how they look forward to in terms of their expansion plans and how they see Sweden contribute to India's maritime ambition. We'll take a minute pause here for our speakers to come also on stage, and I request our distinguished Swedish speakers to kindly take a stage downstairs. I'll request Sven and J Shipping sirs to kindly be seated for the Indian presentations to respect. Yeah. Please. I request our Indian speakers to kindly take the stage. Today we have Mr. Zishan, Vice President India at DP World. We have Mr. Ujjwal Vasudeva, Senior DGM Business Development, L&T Shipbuilding. I request kindly, sir, to kindly take the stage and be seated. We have Mr. Shrikant Ityagi, Director Shipbuilding Division, Jockey Shipbuilding. We have Mr. Amal Kumar Datta, Senior Vice President, Replay Group. Mr. K.M. Shiva Holland, Professor, India Maritime University. I kindly request and be seated on the stage, sir. Thank you. And I request our market manager, Christopher, Sven, and Joint Secretary Shipping to also join us on the stage. So I'll request our guests to please settle down. We are starting with the presentations from India side. I request Mr. Ishan Mukhi, Vice President India DP World, to please kindly share about DP World, your ambitions, plans, and how we can collaborate with DP World. Over to you, Mr. Ishan.
Good morning, everyone. Honorary Consul General of Sweden, fellow panelists, friends. My name is Zishan Mukhi. I represent a company called DP World, which is one of the powerhouses in logistics and in ports in India. I'm going to take you through a short presentation, which will cover a little bit about what we do in India, around the world as well. What are the opportunities, especially for Swedish companies, for our partners, and how we can actually work together and play a part. Yeah. So this is who we are and what we do. So our vision is to lead the future of world trade by leveraging our portfolio of world-class assets and strengthening global supply chains for our customers. So that's the simple vision that we have, to be a part of the global ecosystem, to work towards, with our customers, with our partners, to bring excellence to supply chains. A little bit on the story for DP World. Our story actually began in 1972 in Port Rashid. And then very soon in 1979, Jebel Ali port opened up. Through the years, we've had multiple growth enabled mainly through acquisitions, also through organic investments in ports and terminals across the world. Our flagship project is, of course, in Jebel Ali, is the Jebel Ali Free Zone, which is a significant contributor to the economy of UAE, which is actually enabled growth for many, many companies around the world to be able to actually set up duty-free, bring in duty-free products, do value additions, and especially Indian companies, many Indian companies have actually taken the benefit of being, in Jebel Ali Free Zone. Through the years, we've expanded in the Americas, in Europe, and then, of course, there's been, in 2018, we started moving more and more towards logistics, so beyond ports, and how do you actually build, and the way our chairman puts it, it's actually from factory door to customers, from factory floor to customer's door. So that's the idea that led to these different acquisitions, both from in the logistics space, in the technology space, and so on and so forth. This is our current global footprint. We are now present in more than 75 plus countries, and across the different world. Headquarters, of course, in the UAE. We, of course, have a very significant presence in India as a group, and this is what I'm going to talk about. Yeah. So this is actually our presence, across India. We've been in India for more than 30 years now, and we operate 6 container port terminals in India. One is under development in Tuna Tekra. We're present across the entire spectrum of logistics when it comes to India, whether it's container freight stations, containerized rail movements, free trade warehousing zones. We have one in Navasheva, one in Chennai, and one in Cochin. We run an express business in India where we do B2B deliveries, a contract logistics footprint of more than 5 million square feet, and so on and so forth. And then we also have freight forwarding services, coastal services, and so on and so forth. So we cover a fairly large portion of the Indian subcontinent, and the portfolio that we built through organic development, also through acquisitions, is really hard to replicate, because we are able to actually provide integrated solutions for our customers. Really moving the, taking care of every part of, the supply chain. A little bit more detail on the rail terminals. We have a fairly large rail business. Beyond our ports business, we run quite a few domestic trains, as well as we cater to the shipping line EXIM containers. The spots in the green are the terminals that we actually run today, which are 7 multimodal terminals and connecting to more than 50 plus routes overall. We operate more than 90 trains across the length and breadth of the country, carrying both containers as well as specialized cargo, steel, petrochemicals, and so on and so forth. A little bit on our coastal services. This is what, in line with the government's vision of moving towards green logistics, DP World has a setup of coastal logistics where we actually cover the entire coasts of the country, right from the coast of Gujarat all the way to Kolkata. So we actually have ships which are running across this entire geography, and then we have specialized fleet of 20 and 40-foot containers, where we actually, the shipper can actually take it, move it to their factory, fill in the cargo, and then we can move it through the coast and again do the same at the destination site. This is, of course, enables us to convert a lot of cargo which is moving through the busy roads in India to actually a more sustainable green solution. So that's a solution that we provide. And then we also have a digitized platform which actually enables full visibility end to end. On the freight services, we have, ocean freight services, air freight services, project logistics services across, and customs clearance across, various different offices. This is a relatively new business for us, but we are growing very, very quickly and rapidly as, an end-to-end provider. Earlier, it was more about just having the assets. Now we put together the solution, and we have a team of dedicated professionals, who find solutions to the challenges that suppliers may have. A little bit on our domestic logistics, more than 3 million square feet of contract logistics. We have cold chain warehouses. We recently inaugurated one near Mumbai. Similarly, we cover more than 14,900 pin codes for express delivery, which are time-based, appointment-based deliveries, anything from a few kilograms to 10 tons, 20 tons. We actually pick it up and we deliver. So that's a little bit about us. We cater to a wide set of industries across automotive, defense, chemicals, technology, industrial, consumer retail, and healthcare. We have a qualified team of professionals who understand these segments, these markets, and have a great relationship where we work really, really closely with our partners, to build, solutions for them and to help them grow their business from India to the world and from the world to India. Couple of case studies. This is what I was talking about, Jebel Ali, and this is what we see as a great potential for a lot of Swedish companies looking at working with India, or Indian companies working with Sweden. Jabza hosts a significant portion, more than 8,000 companies that are actually operating in the complex. We have a long list of Indian companies who are actually working or want to work here. Again, Dubai is strategically located, both with the sea and the air complex close by, and it of course offers abilities to actually diversify supply chain risk by enabling especially speed to market for markets like Africa, Europe, Middle East, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and a significant milestone was achieved with the signing of the comprehensive economic pact between India and UAE. This allows, again, a further benefit for a lot of customers who want to re-export using Jebel Ali. This is just another case study that we can talk about, where we're moving a lot of raw material for the tire industry. Where we're actually able to reduce the carbon emission by more than 65% by offering a multimodal solution by moving from the plant in Kerala, taking it to Cochin, moving it to our terminal in Mundra, and then moving it by rail, all the way to the north, and then doing a last mile into Ambala. So of course, it's a slightly longer transit because it moves from 10 to 22 days. But it is definitely more cost effective, definitely more economically eco-friendly as a solution, and of course it helps in driving reduction. So these are the kind of things we do. Many more solutions like this that we provide, and we can talk about it. Yeah, thank you so much, and I look forward to talking to you.
Thank you, Zishan. It's been a pleasure to understand and share the stage with DP World. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Ujjwal Vasudeva from LT Shipbuilding.
Good afternoon all. Council staff, Ministry of Petroleum, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways staff, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, great to be here and great to listen to all of you and the journey here. So I will be covering L&T as a whole in the beginning, and then shipbuilding to be specific later, and will be happy to interact with anyone if you thereafter. And I have some of my revered seniors also here. Good afternoon, sir. So this is how I'll cover my presentation. So L&T was founded by two Danish engineers in 1938, and since then we've had a great growth journey. We were incorporated as L&T in 1946, and thereafter we became a public company with paid-up capital in 1950. So these are the sectors in which we are operating: civil infrastructure, transportation, heavy engineering, precision engineering, where I am from, and looking after shipbuilding, and power transmission, building factories. The future-ready sectors take us into water desalination, solar energy, green hydrogen, semiconductors, AI, data centers, and the works. So we are there wherever there's a complexity involved. So it may be the largest, biggest, most complex, and we are there. And you see, we have done something which have made us and the nation proud. These are some of our major products and construction that we have done. So narrowing down to where I am from, so the marine platforms, the shipbuilding, submarines, and the equipment that we are in a big way, as also we looked after army systems as well as avionics. So this is an overview of our shipyard. This is a ship lift that you see, which is designed by us, that is L&T, and it is LRS approved. We've got a major area there of almost 970 acres for shipbuilding and offshore activities combined. So apart from shipbuilding, we have accommodation for the people, we have medical support round the clock, we have constant focus on safety drills, and we have been rated 5-star rated as for the Sword of Honor for the British Safety Council. We have end-to-end design capability, that is from the concept design till delivery, and we have FEM analysis, CFD, CADMATIC, so that we can analyze and reform our design as we go. This is Industry 4.0 initiatives that we have. The modular design functions that you see, the virtual reality, the scanners, and we have ERP systems which brings all these systems together at one place. We had collaborated in the beginning with MHI, which helped us in design, marketing, project planning, QA, production, and training. So that was an end-to-end coverage to give us a firm footing before we ventured into the big projects, and I'll come to that. These are the advanced technologies that we deploy, that is drones for tank surveys, cleaning through rope access, robotic scanning of the hull, and cleaning of the ventilation duct using robots. So these are the vessels which we have delivered, multi-purpose vessels and heavy lift vessels that we have done. So these are around 25,000 tons as you see on the right. And then we have delivered platform supply vessels, anchor handling and towing vessels. For the Navy and the Coast Guard, we have delivered interceptor boats, patrol vessels, floating dry dock, which has a lifting capacity of 8,000 tons. As you can see, this platform itself goes down, and it can help in bringing the ships up for repairs thereafter. I would like to mention here, for this interceptor boats, we had water jets coming from Sweden. We were able to deliver this project ahead of schedule, and we had exceptional performance from the water jets and the interceptor boats combined. So that was a high point for us for this Coast Guard order. Apart from that, we have delivered high-speed patrol vessels, anchor handling tugs, survey vessels, and these are the vessels right now which are under construction, that is MPVs for the Navy, cadets training ship, ASW shallow water crafts, and fleet support ships, which are under the public-private partnership scheme. We also carry out repairs for ships, that is merchant as well as defense ships, and we have done it for US and UK ships to a high degree of satisfaction by our clients. The future areas of collaboration that I see are naval ships, submarine building and repair, commercial shipbuilding and repairs, electric propulsion solutions, and thrusters for commercial as well as naval ships. So I'll be happy to interact with any one of you here after this and to seek opportunities for collaboration thereafter. And I would also like to remark that I have spent more than 2 decades in the naval service, and I myself operated, maintained equipment of Swedish origin, and I am happy to say that it's been always a pleasure. It was always a pleasure for an engineer to operate with high quality, high engineering design equipment, and that gives seamlessly high performance and is easy to maintain and very well designed. So it's always a pleasure to interact with companies, and we would like to take it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ujjwal. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Shrikant from Chogle Shipbuilding.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Consulate General, Swedish, and respected Swedish delegates, Indian delegates, and my friends. I know it's a lunch time, so not taking too much time. Everybody knows Chogles, so we'll not take too much time. But people who do not know, like I'm straightway looking at Candela because I'm going to pitch for my business out with you. Quickly, yeah, Chogle Group is almost 100-plus-year-old company. Have marked their names through dedication, hardship, transparency, trust in European nations. We typically build ships for European countries. This just a look at how the company grown over generations. Currently, the 4th generation, Mr. Arjun Chogle, is heading the company and taking it to the different levels. I'm talking purely on the shipbuilding, though the company has a diversified interest in mining, education, pelletization, salt, all that, but I'm just touching base upon shipbuilding. We are like heading kind of engineering EPC business and shipbuilding majorly. So we have 3 shipyards, out of which the one what you're seeing is Lautlim Shipyard, which is building ships up to 7,000 deadweight tonners, and we are currently executing a Swedish company orders for hybrid vessels. Those are 12 in numbers, 8 delivered, 4 are yet to go. This is a company called A2BHC. This is another yard where we are building another 16 ships for a Dutch company. These are diesel electric, which are again energy efficient, reduction of emissions by 30%. This is another yard where we are building hovercrafts for Indian Coast Guard. Again, I think somewhat resembles to the technology what Candela operates, so we are there. Okay, some of the recent projects, what we did, you know, you can see multiple multi-purpose vessels, we build hulls, you know, we build ice class vessels. I think the score what we have achieved till now is about 42. In down the line 1 year, we are crossing half century. Number of ships delivered to Europe. Again, the order books, you can see, as I already mentioned, the hybrid vessels on the left side, which is flying an ice class vessel, already in Europe, 8 vessels. These are in the middle, the diesel electric ones for a Dutch client, 3 delivered, another 15 to go. There are hovercrafts, which I already mentioned about Indian Coast Guard. Some of the quick look at the photographs of vessels when they're flying in Europe, they really look beautiful. Hugland Captain for a Norwegian owner. This is for an Indian container feeder vessel we operated within Indian ports. This is for Wine Barons, a Dutch client operating in ice mode. Some of the work done inside just to showcase how meticulously we put our efforts to make it look good and quality competitive at par with European vessels. You can see the hybrid vessel carrying the blades. This is one of the drop launch method. We typically follow a Dutch method of launching. So there are multiple ways of launching the vessels. This is also quite scenic and of course challenging. We recently acquired a Mangalore shipyard. You know, as I mentioned, we have in Goa, we have 3 yards where we can build vessels up to 8,000 deadweight. And we recently acquired a Mangalore shipyard, which was earlier Bharati shipyard. And a quick look at. This is what the yard was when we took over, with a lot of inventory, a lot of growth, you know, and a lot of muck out there. And in 2023, we took over. This is how the yard looks now. A lot of efforts have gone in. Within 1 year, 2 months, we made the yard operational. It has, the Mangalore yard has an order book of 14 vessels now. The ships are already in construction. Actually, this is an old photo. The vessel is supposed to be launched in the next 20 days. This is an administrative office. We try to make the yard a state-of-art yard. You know, you will feel you're in Europe if actually you're walking in the yard. This is how the concept we made. We are developing the yard, scaling up to 20,000 tonners, maybe beginning of Handymax we would like to build. So what you are seeing an animated picture, part of it we already achieved. Phase 2, what we intend to do, build up a slipway and go and scale up and build up bigger vessels. Yeah, as I mentioned, the order books in Mangalore, we are building diesel electric ships for a Dutch client and a 10,700 tonner for another Dutch client. Yeah, opportunities are immense working with Swedish. We are already working with Berg Propulsion. They are like family for us. And HNDR, we are already talking to. A collaboration is needed now. Of course, now I'm going to talk about Candela. You know, we can build better ships for you, as well as, you know, increasing Indian fleet as well as in Sweden. For sure, going ahead, looking at the way India is progressing, collaboration is needed. I think we can be the best partners to collaborate in terms of setting up a manufacturing facility for an equipment, because going ahead, a thrust is given for indigenous equipment to the tune of 40%. So that makes it essential for us to look for having a joint venture or technology transfer for building equipments. Maybe we can start with low-hanging fruits or small cost items. I'm not talking a main engine or something which is a highly technological oriented, but let's look at it. We are open for investments. We are open for any kind of collaboration. So please do look at us. We are people with, earned our name by hard work, as I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much. These are our clients, and thank you for, good audience listening to me. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Sorry, I'm just taking the opportunity since Consulate General is here. Sir, our people travel to Sweden quite a bit for, getting orders, getting equipment negotiations. A kind of word from your side could be given for early visas that will help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shrikant. We'll be happy to take care of any movement to Sweden. And moving forward, but to share, Joint Secretary Shipping has to move due to MOU signing. But we have the Director, Ministry of Port Shipping today with us, Mr. Mritendra Jha. I request him to kindly join us on the stage together with our Consul General. Sir. Moving forward, I'd like to invite Mr. Amal Kumar Datta, Senior Vice President, Replay Group, for the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. The respected panelists on days and the members from the Swedish business delegation and the industrial representation from India. We are a Ripley Group, so if you can look at what Ripley is doing today. So we are owners of our different verticals. So today we are moving 5 Panamax ships. Our strength lies in sea transportation through our own Panamaxes that move cargo both coastally as well as on overseas. We are operating 4 cargo terminals today at Haldia and Paradeep and Vizag. We are providing the transshipment solutions to the Kolkata port today through our lightering operations and our transshipment operations. Kolkata port suffers from serious draft constraints. Even till 2014-15, they were restricted to only small vessels up to a 185 meter, 190 meter. Today, Kolkata port, because of the innovative solutions provided by Ripley Ripley Group, in the mid-sea operations, they are handling even the cape sizes and the fully laden Panamaxes at Haldia. So that is one of our USP, that mid-stream transportation. And of course, we are into dredging now. We are owning cutter section dredges, and on behalf of the government of West Bengal, we are maintaining some of the critical patches of the river Ganges in Bengal today, for which the crafts can sail from across the 2 regions, and mainly that comes very handy for the Sagar Mela, where the entire pilgrimage happens because of the dredging that we are undertaking regularly in some of the critical patches of the river. So Ripley Group is in the port and terminal operations, sea transportations. We are also giving end-to-end solutions to the power plants. Today we are moving coal from the mines in the Mahanadi coals and the eastern coal field to the power plants in South India, like in Andhra Pradesh and in Tamil Nadu. So as a whole, we are into the logistics, port terminal operations, sea transportation and dredging. That is our core business today. We were commissioned, the E.C. Bose and Company, old people may be knowing, in 1851, we are older than the oldest port of India today. The first port in Kolkata came in 1870, and the E.C. Bose started handling cargo in 1851. When there was no such regulatory measures, but our forefathers, and the company forefathers are into the shipping and logistics business for about 175 years now. So that kind of logistics into our blood. Maybe the Ripley company came into being in 2000 when our incorporation had happened, and after that we have come into we have passed to the various stages, and now we are a global logistics player in terms of the port operations. And in 2025 in particular is a very key area for us. In 2025, we ventured into the green initiatives. When the Kandla port came up with the tender for producing the first green tug, fully battery operated tug in India, and our company MD said ki we shall be the first to. Now other companies were they were dilly-dallying, they were thinking the technology is not known to us. We ventured into it. Thank God we have H India with us, we have Navnautic Singapore with us. Then Mandavi Shipyard came forward, Kongsberg came forward. Then we started contacting. So that is where the spirit of Ripley lies. So let's venture into a new area. And then the money was no problem because nobody knew what is the battery size. We only knew the operating cycle of 2 hours, this speed, that speed, and nobody really knew. And our spirit went high, so no, we will do it. And today we are on course. The first green tug is being built by the Ripley Group in support with Ekendia, in support with Navnautic, in support with Kongsberg, and of course with Atria and Mandavi Shipyard. So we are going to come up, the first green tug in India is going to come up in January, latest January, February 2027. And that's going to have the best technology. It will sustain for 15 years because the battery propulsion system, the battery chemistry, we are taking the best. And we are going to, this particular technology that we are going to come up, we are going to demonstrate before the country in maybe another 15, 20 days time, and with the help of the Kandla Port Chairman or the Dindayal Port Chairman, we are going to throw what the project is going to look like, and that can be a role, that can be one of the prototype which the Government of India or other major ports can follow in time to come. So from our journey started in 1851, we have different verticals: terminal operations, ship owning and chartering, we are transshipment and barging, we are into logistics, coastal movement, and of course commodity trading. We take a lot of commodity like coal and limestone we bring, and then we supply to different industries in India. Our focus is of course on port terminal operation, dredging, and now we are into the next one is the shipbuilding and ship recycling. And whatever we have done till today, our growth has been through collaborations. During our journey, we have collaborated with large number of industries. Even today we are collaborating, and we're looking forward to collaborations. So our strength lies in finding out opportunities, collaborate with the best in that particular field. We don't claim we are the best. We don't have the knowledge. We have the intent, we have the spirit. So we want people to come forward, join hand with us, and take things forward. See, this is one of the statistics which that intrigued us. I mean, this is the government published data. Now, what you can find out, see, in about next 5-6 years, about 19 Indian ships, mainly in the which are below 999 or up to 10,000 GT, are going to be phased out. One of the majors, today about 418 tugs are in operation in Indian major ports, of which 163 tugs are more than 20-year-old. So those have to be phased out. There are offshore supply vessels, about 63. These are all government published data. And if you look at the Maritime India Vision 2030, what government wants, that Indian shipbuilders should start focusing on low DWT, low GT vessels, like up to 5,000, the dredgers, coastal vessels, tugs. So this is one of the area when we went with the statistics of this particular Ripley Group found this statistics, government published data. What we did was we jumped into a shipbuilding, and thanks to Kolkata Port Trust, which is called Shama Prasad Port Trust today, they had recently allotted us 140 acres of land with a waterfront of about 1.5 kilometer at a place called Gillingham, very close to the sea, Gillingham. And we, along with the Mandovi shipyard of Goa, we have found out a name company called Ganges Shipyard Private Limited. That Ganges Shipyard Private Limited has signed an MOU today with DG Shipping. And right now our construction work, we are planning to start from January 2026. We are right now under the CRZ, because as a CRZ regulatory area, we are going, already our consultants are working for the CRZ and whatever the environment clearance is required, which we hope to get by December. And from January onwards, our facility will definitely comprise one slipway that we are going to construct, and there are going to be 2 dry docks in future, both of about, if you look at about one slipway about 220 meter by 170 meter, 2 dry docks 302 meter by 65 meter, and another dry dock will be 35 meter by 60, and we have a huge concrete area. Then construction, the usual sheds and everything you are going to have, and the first development is going to start from January 2026, and by end of December 2026 we are going to have an outfit jetty and one slipway, and of course the fabrication area. And so this is one area. Now we are going to come up with the facilities, the infrastructure. Our request to the major players from the government of Sweden. Now the product that we are going to construct are the ships or the crafts where we need the technology. We are going to provide you the infrastructure. So we are welcoming all of you that we are building up the infrastructure, and we know and we want to build up ships which are sustainable, and be keeping on that, we are all welcoming you that that interact with us, we are providing, and we are open for interactions, we are open for any kind of strategic or other kind of collaborations with you, so that we can build up the crafts of the new generation. And today when we were discussing, somebody gave an hydraulic, this thing, In Kolkata port, there are pilot vessels. If you can talk to Kolkata port, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee port, the pilots go about, say, 30, 35 nautical miles from the shore. So why don't you have that kind of vessels, the passenger vessels that you saw in the morning? The pilots can be carried today in the morning at 25 nautical miles. They can reach the pilotage point in 1 hour. Board the ships, take the ships in, and whosoever pilot goes with the outgoing ships can board the ship and come back. So instead of staying all along in the pilot vessel, stay there for 2-3 days, go there, after boarding they go and stay in the pilot vessel. It's very fast from at least people who are pilots who are at Haldia. They can straight away go at 25 nautical miles with a less energy consumption, and it can be a very cost-effective solution. For Kolkata port, we are a part of the Kolkata ecosystem Ripley group. So I would request, and we can also be a partner in designing, because we are coming up with a yard at Gillingham, and Gillingham is very close to Kolkata port. So we can tie up and think of designing such kind of vessels which can provide a very good solutions to Kolkata port. So this is what, and of course in first phase up to 2030 we are going to come up with the tugs. We are building our own tug. We are going to own our own tugs for the major ports. Instead, we will also be doing tugs for others, building tugs and coastal vessels and everything. And that journey is going to start another 6 months from now. And ship repair is of course there. And the next thing that we are going to do, about out of 140 acres of land, about 60 to 70 acres of land, we are planning to come up with the green ship recycling yard. If you look at the IMO figures and number of ships that are going to be recycled, and Navnautic is they are here and they are our consultant, we have already planned to build up the ship recycling yard, not only as per HKC, but as per the European standards. So that's going to have about 2 slipways and 3 dry docks. This is the conceptual plan that we have already, and our consultant are working on this. And this is the green ship recycling yard we want to come, because Indian steel industry is growing. The government of India wants more of recycled steels to come in steel making. And so there is no dearth of business will be there for, and our request will be there to the Swedish registered ships, or if you can promote the European communities to think of our yard, because this yard can recycle ships up to Panamax size to about 225 to 30 meter ships can be done because of the kind of land that we have got. And the draft out there is of no problem, and you can bring any ship at light draft, and you can launch there and you can cut it there. So our request will be there, and this is under the environmental clearance stage now. So maybe in 1 year time, our ship recycling yard will also see the light of the day, and the construction work will start fulfilling the requirement of the European community. And so that we will be putting up with a yard which is 100% compliance with all the statutory requirements. And of course, as we said, we are the first one doing green tug. We are participating in many more port tenders. Hopefully, we'll be getting it. Only one word is here, there's a government representative out here. When you look at this yard today, the kind of tug that we are building, when you translate into the charter hire rates at which the ports are hiring these tugs are very high. It's about 0.6 million INR per day. So if you take it about 2 crores, or say about 25 crores per annum they have to pay for each tug as a charter hire rate to the supplier, that we are building a tug at certain cost. And if there are 10 tugs they have to operate the kind of cost, then that can increase the cost to the marine cost the port charges on the shipping lines and the shipping companies on the trade is going to be high. So the time has come also to think of the hybrid, like the people who know about the green tug plan, there are 940 into 2 generators. Why can't we operate the generators with the green fuel? Reduce the size of the battery. During the worst, when we are pulling a ship, when you are pushing or pulling a ship at the highest bollard pull, why can't you also use a generator today, which is not permitted because it's going to be on diesel only during emergency, but on a sustained basis we can do it. And instead of the diesel, if it can be on a LNG or a methanol or something, that can, of course, that will be a more better and it will be a greener tug, I believe. because that will generate that the power requirement for the batteries will be less, energy requirement for the batteries will be less, the charging requirement will be less, and cost to the tug will come down. So this is one of the area where as somebody who are very keen on supplying tugs to the major ports and the other ports also, and at the same time as the owner of a shipyard in days to come, we will be definitely looking forward to some low cost solutions in terms of tug chemistry, so that it can be a green tug. At the same time, it is affordable by all the major ports. It does not increase the port charges in future, just to, to see that the environment is pollution free. So we have to also work on this particular line. And of course, other than that, we are mechanizing berths at Haldia port, and of course, we are also into the Gati Shakti program with the Indian Railways. We are developing modern railway terminal at Haldia for end-to-end logistics of the local Haldia-based industries, and that terminal is also going to come. So that's what, and these are some of the opportunities are huge. Some of the slides they wanted us to give, what are the areas? Of course, it can be an equity participation, you can be technology participation, and one of the area where we will also be looking forward to being a part of the Kolkata port ecosystem is IWT solutions. Lot of terminals at at Haldia, at Sahibganj, at Varanasi have come, but nothing is really moving. Where there can be a low-cost transportation solutions at a draft about 2.5 meter. We'll also be, as a shipyard, also be looking forward to, if some technology come, if we can build tugs which can carry an economic parcel load between the industries from east to the northeast, or from east to the northern industries, and develop such kind of tugs in our yards, which can fulfill. One of the key intentions of the government of India and our Prime Minister is promote the national waterways, mainly in the north sector, from east to north, through the National Waterway 1 and National Waterway 2. We are very keen, and if somebody wants to collaborate, help us with technology and something else, we'll be very happy. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving a patient hearing. We are there. We want to collaborate, we want to stay, and we want to stay relevant in the field of logistics, in the field of infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll just quickly request Mr. Professor KM to share about the India Maritime University. We are privileged to have you, sir. We are slightly running short of time, but if you can please help us do a very quick presentation, that will be helpful. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thank the organizers for this opportunity. I'll be short, just 5 slides and maybe about 5 to 6 minutes. So I'm coming from a institution called India Ship Technology Center. This is about a month-old organization created by the ministry as a part of its emphasis on improving the shipbuilding capacity in India, in our country. There is a lot of potential for shipbuilding in India, you all must be knowing about it. But then a lot of handholding is required from a private industry to the government organizations. This has been organized by the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. And we wish to improve the indigenous shipbuilding capability. And then right now we are occupying something like 16th position worldwide. We wish to bring it to about 10 by 2030 and about 5 by 2047. That's our aim. So the main objectives are to support the Indian shipbuilders in a waterway that is required in our capabilities, starting from the designers, and to provide a platform for essential hardware and software resources, because the designing is, you can say, it is easier with imported software. But then we don't have the test facilities to complete the design process. So that's also one of our target area. And then as a part of it, we wish to have indigenous capacity in ship test services and the production related issues, and especially in ancillary components. It's where I believe the Swedish collaboration will go a long way, because of their excellence in engineering. We'll be in a position to have a lot of synergy between Indian manufacturers or Indian shipbuilders, and we would wish to be the facilitator for such thing. And the next one is our skill development. Since the industry itself is in a nascent stage, the shipbuilding industry is in a nascent stage, the skill development is also needs to be improved. And then at the end, as a knowledge base, we would wish to accelerate the R&D component, where we feel that there is a lot of scope for product improvement, even the, connecting the buyer and the seller. All these related issues will be sorted out, we believe, in our institution. This is a general structure, how we wish to go about. These are the 7 or 8 activities that are mainly concentrated today. Ship design, test validation, capacity building for skilling, standardization, certification, and then emerging technologies, and then all put together data analytics component, and then inland waterways. So this is today's scenario. We will be getting guided by the ministry, and we are part of the Indian Maritime University, and then our own governing council. And then also we will be guided by the state level agencies, like every state has got every literal state has got a state maritime board. So they are also going to be partner in developing the shipbuilding clusters. And then associations like Shipbuilders Association of India, then Indian Marine Designers Association, the ancillary industries, we'll be getting input from them. And then we also planning to create 3 regional centers, mainly concentrating on the skill development and then any localized technical issues. And then we'll contribute to the Indian shipbuilding industry. So these are the first few steps we are trying to take out. The ship design, testing and validation, this is a crying need right now. And then the familiarization of the tools. Though the tools are there, they are quite expensive. We need some kind of hand-holding from the government side to the private industry. Then optimizing the existing test facilities. There are scattered facilities are available. We wish to get them together, optimize them. If needed, we wish to expand the facilities. Then at the end, as a result of all this, we wish to create a design repository. And then the indigenization of the design, analysis and production tools. These are all the places where we wish to have interaction with the European shipping industry. I believe Sweden can play a major role in this. And the next set of thing is to create the capacity. Blue collar workers to be trained is a huge number, and the design tool users we need to improve. The designers, and as we go up in the knowledge pyramid, the research and policy studies also needs to be contributed. So as a whole, we wish to contribute to the development of shipbuilding cluster, where we'll have the shipbuilding as a main, and then the ancillary related supply chain, everything needs to be looked into. So we are open to collaboration with the domestic and international partners. We'll be around here for a while, then we wish to have more interaction with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I know it's a time for lunch. I'll not keep everyone waiting, but I'd like to thank all the Indian speakers, Swedish speakers, Consul General, Director Sir, for joining us on the stage. We have our office represented by Christopher also on the stage, and thank you so much for taking out the time. Being it's one of the largest Swedish delegation, and we have the very strong representation from India side. From Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, we have a token of appreciations. I request my team to please share, and I request Christopher Lemon to kindly share the token of memento with Consul General Sweden. Yeah. And to Director MOPSW. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Now I request our Consul General to hand over the mementos to our Indian representation, who had kind enough to come on stage and share their good expansion plans with us. Yeah. I request our director, sir, to kindly share the mementos with our Swedish companies who have traveled all the way from Sweden to India. So I request Candela, Echandia, Burj, Trelleborg, and Apoka to please kindly be on stage. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. And I request all our speakers to be on stage. We'll be taking a group photograph afterwards as well. I would also request our director, sir, to kindly share a memento with our head of market Mumbai office, Mr. Christopher Lemon. Yeah. Yes. And now I request our speakers to kindly be on stage for a group photograph, and I also request our CG office to kindly also join us on stage for the group photograph. Yes, Business Sweden too. Thank you everyone. We request our guests to thank you for joining us. We hope you had a very good understanding of Sweden India capabilities, and we look forward to continue interacting with the companies during the India Maritime Week. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
లేదు హలో అంతే I'm just हाँ so I'm just checking mic ठीक है
So I will tell her. On the stage first. After speeches are over, they will get down and panelists will be invited. Oh, we have to invite one by one? Or they will invite, la? Sir, Harshita will invite. You can be seated.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, dignitaries, and industry leaders. It is indeed a privilege to welcome you all for this India Maritime Week 2025. On behalf of the Government of Andhra Pradesh and the Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, I extend a very warm welcome to all present here on this special session, Unlocking the Andhra Pradesh Maritime Advantage. To begin the proceedings, may I first request our esteemed guests and dignitaries to come onto the dais. Honorable Minister, Infrastructure and Investment, Shri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu. Chairman Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, Shri D. Satyanarayan Garu. Dr. Z. Shiva Prasad, Chairman Andhra Pradesh Inland Waterways Authority. Special Chief Secretary, Infrastructure and Investment, Shri M.T. Krishna Babu Garu. Managing Director, Andhra Pradesh Airports Development Corporation Limited, Shri Praveen Aditya Garu. CEO, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, Shri Abhishek Kumar Garu. As we chart the next wave of India's maritime growth, Andhra Pradesh stands at the helm with a 1,053-kilometer coastline, world-class ports, and a forward-looking industrial ecosystem. Strategically positioned along the three major economic corridors, the state is not just India's maritime gateway to the east, it is fast emerging as an anchor of the nation's maritime growth story. From deep draft ports, multimodal logistic hubs to shipbuilding and repair infrastructure, Andhra Pradesh offers a complete maritime value chain, seamlessly connecting industries to the global trade routes. With this, to set sail, I now invite Shri Abhishek Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Abhishek Kumar, CEO, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this session on unlocking Andhra Pradesh maritime advantage. On behalf of Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, I extend our sincere gratitude to each one of you for joining us today. We are honored to have with us the Honorable Minister for Industries and Infrastructure, Shri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, whose leadership continues to shape Andhra Pradesh's industrial and maritime vision. I also welcome Shri Damcherla Satyanarayan Garu, Chairman of Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. I also welcome Chairman of Andhra Pradesh Waterways Authority Chairman Dr. Shiv Prasad Garu. I also welcome Shri T. Krishna Babu Sir, Special Chief Secretary Industries and Infrastructure, whose strategic guidance has been pivotal in advancing our maritime agenda. To our esteemed panelists and global partners, leaders in port operations, shipbuilding, logistics, and infrastructure investment, your presence here today reflects the growing global interest in Andhra Pradesh's maritime potential. With a coastline stretching over 1,053 kilometers and deep integration into national industrial corridors, Andhra Pradesh is uniquely positioned to lead India's maritime transformation. The Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board was established as a single window authority to drive integrated development, spanning greenfield port development, multimodal logistics, shipbuilding clusters, and policy frameworks that are both investor-friendly and future-ready. This session is designed not just to showcase our strengths, but to foster strategic dialogue. We aim to understand our expectations of global maritime players, explore collaborative models for infrastructure development, and discuss policy enablers that can support us in long-term growth. We are particularly keen to learn from global best practices, be it in vessel turnaround efficiency, digital port infrastructure, or resilient supply chain planning and beyond. As we look to build a future-ready maritime ecosystem, we invite you to partner with us in shaping Andhra Pradesh into a global competitive maritime and logistics hub. With this, I now invite Shri M.T. Krishna Babu Garu, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, to set the context for today's discussion and share the broader vision that is guiding our efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Abhishek. So, good afternoon, the participants, invitees who have taken their time and came to this session. So, just we wanted to give a brief backdrop of what Andhra Pradesh can offer for various investors who are interested to invest in maritime sector in Andhra Pradesh. So, as we all aware that Andhra Pradesh is in the east coast of India and positioned almost center of the east coast and very conducive for connectivity to Southeast Asian nations. So, our Government of India's Southeast of the East, Look East policy will give the position of maritime global gateway to the east. Andhra Pradesh is properly positioned. So, we have the advantage of having 1,053 kilometers long coast and almost center of the east coast of India. So, the geographical spread, 8th largest state, 5% of India's population. GSDP is around 5% of India's GDP. Services contribute 42% of the total output. Exports, we are the 6th largest exporter. So, we all know that the Andhra Pradesh means East Coast is having a deep draft facility. Naturally, the bigger vessels can be handled and logistics will be much better. So, we are the third, Andhra Pradesh is the third highest cargo handled, and within non-major ports run by the state government or ports developed by the state government with PPP support, we will be second highest cargo handler. So, this gives a broad picture of how much EXIM cargo, exports, imports, and mix of coastal and the EXIM cargo. So logistically, we have one major port and 5 operational non-major ports, starting from Visakhapatnam, major port, then Gangavaram, Kakinada anchorage as well as deep sea water port, and Rava exclusive the crude oil port, handling port, then Krishnapatnam. So these are the 5 operational non-major port. We can take pride in saying that Andhra Pradesh is the only state which has taken up 3 greenfield ports on our own, state government's own investment, creating the infrastructure, both the breakwaters, the dredging and development of external connectivity, both rail, road, water and power. So these are the ports: Molapeta, north of Visakhapatnam, and then Machilipatnam, south of Visakhapatnam, Ramayapatnam, north of Krishnapatnam. So these are the ports which are being developed, and also Kakinada Gateway SEZ port is being developed by a private concessionaire. So we have a very good network of the road length as well as rail length, and other facilities like ICD, CFS, cold storages, warehouses, economic zones, etc. So these are the ports in non-major ports working in state government under AP Maritime Board, Gangavaram Port, Kakinada Anchorage, as well as Deep Sea Water Port, Raba Port, and also Krishnapatnam Port. So they handle considerable cargo, which is second highest cargo handler in non-major ports category after Gujarat. So the 4 greenfield port, one in private sector, that is PPP partner on a PPP partner, and 3 developed by the state government, which are under development and likely to be completed anywhere between June next year 2026 to December 2026. Molapeta, north of Visakhapatnam. This is basically we are planning for both bulk cargo, the break bulk and other including containers, but having hazardous chemical cargo terminal with state-of-art safety principles. Kakinada SEZ port, this is a private port coming with other facilities including LNG and RLNG, etc. Machilipatnam port, this is the gateway for Telangana. Telangana is landlocked state, you know, and also the present emphasis of Honorable Chief Minister to have more railway connectivity from east to west definitely should make possible to attract cargo from deep hinterland on up to maybe the western side. So Madhya Pradesh, the Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, even up to Delhi in the north. So Ramayapatnam port, the north of Krishnapatnam. So this we just are developing with deep draft with all the facilities for handling all types of cargo. So we are also simultaneously developing fishing harbors. 4 existing fishing harbors are there. 2 are being upgraded to the good standards, and another 5 we are developing. So we are almost leaders in marine ports product exports. AP ports, almost 32% of the Indian exports, marine product exports comes from Andhra Pradesh. And fish production capacity, inland number 1 state in India. Marine, it will be 4th highest in India. So shipbuilding also, Andhra Pradesh is gearing up to achieve the vision of Honorable Prime Minister, who has set a very steep target of around 4.5 million ton GDT by 2047. So that requires very elaborate planning and also focused execution to reach that goal. Andhra Pradesh wants to contribute to that vision by encouraging shipbuilding facility at Duggarajapatnam, that is the shipbuilding cluster, which is north of Chennai, and south of Visakhapatnam. So this is almost 3,000 acres area where we are planning to invite global players. So to put their facility there by giving the facilities combinedly with Visakhapatnam Port Authority. So we will develop port along with port associated infrastructure, and the global player has to develop complete shipbuilding capability with 4 dry docks. So this is our this thing, and also Machilipatnam and Bhavanapadu, these are the ports where we are offering facility for any people who wants to come with plan for production of the facilities. That is both ship repair, shipbuilding, and the other activities related to shipping activity. So Inland Waterway Authority also, we have almost 3 national waterways, NW4, 79 and 104. We are trying to develop for cargo the movement. So Krishna River, Godavari, so and also and down south also the Kunderu River and all, Penna River. So this is RFP we are calling for RFP. In the expression of interest, we have got good response, especially to develop some of these waterways, especially in Krishna and Godavari. So these are the things we wanted to take it forward, means attracting the investors to put in IWT. So we have a huge land bank along the industrial corridors. We are the only state which is having 3 industrial corridors passing through the state. Vizag, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Bangalore, Chennai. So 3 industrial corridors are crisscrossing the state, and we have developed nodes with huge extent of lands, encumbrance-free lands for the people to invest. So this is where almost 91,000 acres encumbrance-free land is available for the people who wants to put some industries in the nodes, whatever is developed. These are all the nodes. So air connectivity, because any operation require all logistic facilities. We are having 7 operational airports. 1 airport at Bhogapuram near Visakhapatnam, because the Visakhapatnam airport will be shifted there, which will be completed by June 2026. So this will be operational by June 2026. And 7 under development. We are just planning and different stages it is there. So these will, Honorable Chief Minister's vision is to create airport at least within 1 hour of travel. So from any place, that is the vision with which it's a low cost, no frills airports, apart from bigger airports which will be acting as hub and spoke models. Similarly, port, fishing harbor, and ship repair facility. Each 50 kilometers, at least 1 facility, either it is a port or fishing harbor or ship repair facility. It has to be, that is the vision with which we are just planning. We are also putting a AP link. This is Logistic Infrastructure Corporation, bringing all the corporations which are working in this logistic field under a common umbrella as a holding company. So all these ports, then airports, then the warehousing corporation, road development corporation, so rail means coordination. So all these corporations will come under this, such that leveraging can be done for accessing resources by various innovative financing models, and also attract investments at the holding company level. So that is how we are trying to put funding, because ultimately any big logistic program needs heavy funding. So we wanted to create that kind of thing. Andhra Pradesh has released a series of policies attracting investments in various sectors, starting from semiconductors, clean energy program, industrial development policy, data center policy. You all must have seen that Google is putting up world's biggest 1 gigawatt facility, which will ultimately go to 3 gigawatt facility. And also SIFI has already started work in another data center. So all this because we have sector specific policies to attract investments in various sectors. So similarly, AP Maritime Policy, AP Industrial Development Policy, these will be relevant to the people who wants to invest in maritime sector. So these are the things. So what are the incentives? So incentives, because anybody wants to invest in maritime sector, so these are the incentive packages for large and mega industries. So we categorize them in up to 500 crores, 500 to 1000, 1001 to 5000, 5001 plus. So mega and ultra mega, in addition to these incentives, it is a tailor-made incentives are possible based on the developer duly checking the risks and challenges associated for making the project viable. So normally investment subsidy is available up to 12% of fixed cost investment. Then Government of India, whatever gives incentive will be top up, that is over and above the state government. Then employment creation subsidy, depending on the sector, depending on employments created, it is 8 to 10% of the fixed cost investment is given as a subsidy. So incentive. Local procurement subsidy, power cost reimbursement, and SGST, because we give the SGST reimbursement for 5 years, then stamp duty reimbursement for purchase of land, then decarbonization subsidy is up to 15% of the fixed cost investment. So these are all the investments. So we will be able to give whatever top-up subsidy, top-up incentives available with the Government of India policy, not clashing with this. So both are there, it will be one, but it will be over and above that. So suppose now for shipbuilding, Government of India is giving as a separate policy. So our policy, whatever they get, will be in addition to whatever Government of India gives as a policy. So similarly, the maritime policy, we have all these incentives. Production linked incentive for the first 5 vessels in 5 years after commercial operation, we have 5% of the cost of the building of the ship as incentive. Then net SGST up to 10 years, 100% reimbursement. Water and power charges 5 years graded, 50% discount. Electricity charges, electricity duty is 100% exempted. R&D expenses 100% reimbursement. Then stamp duty 100% reimbursement. Pre-feasibility study, 75% of the cost of the pre-feasibility study is also reimbursed by the government. So these are the incentives means in Andhra Pradesh. So for the investors to partner with the development of Andhra Pradesh, these are the various industries where they can invest, including not only in the maritime, also industrial clusters also, which are which are continuation of maritime activity. So port and maritime infrastructure, then fishing harbors, inland waterways, logistics and industry integration. So all these activities, various activities, whatever are there, so all these incentive policies are in our website, and anybody can just scan the QR code and get all the policy documents, policy papers, just to understand. So we have Economic Development Board, EDB, which will be acting as a single point contact for any investor, for guiding them, for hand-holding them, facilitating their understanding of our systems. The EDB can be a single point contact for anybody who wants to invest in Andhra Pradesh. So this is what we wanted to just make the people aware about the opportunities available. Andhra Pradesh is strategically positioned, and with the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and the support being given by Honorable Prime Minister, for as a part of Look East policy. So any investment in any of these sectors, definitely I hope will be rich dividends for as a partner to the investor as well as to the state by creating employment opportunities and growth. So thank you very much. We thank all the people who have participated here, and we look forward for any encouraging inquiry from any corner, such that we can handhold them till all the doubts are cleared and all their concerns are addressed. So thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the comprehensive overview of what Andhra Pradesh is looking at when it comes to maritime and industrial landscape. We are honored to have with us our Honorable Minister, Shri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu. Okay, to build the vision and the strategic context for today's deliberation, I would now request Shri D. Satyanarayan Garu, Chairman, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, to address the gathering.
A very good afternoon, everyone. So, very great honor to be participating in the Indian Maritime Week. Vedik మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలు, గౌరవనీయులు, రాష్ట్ర మంత్రివర్యులు బీసీ జనార్దన్ రెడ్డి గారికి, మన మరో ముఖ్య అతిథిగా విచ్చేసిన గౌరవ ఇన్లాండ్ వాటర్వేస్ చైర్మన్ శివప్రసాద్ గారికి, జనరల్ సెక్రటరీ కృష్ణబాబు గారికి, CEO అభిషేక్ గారికి, అండ్ CEO ప్రవీణ్ ఆదిత్య గారికి, అండ్ distinguished ministers, ambassadors, industry leaders, global investors, and friends from across the maritime world. It is an honor to be here at the Indian Maritime Week, a platform that brings together those who shape how nations connect and economies grow. For us in Andhra Pradesh, this isn't just another forum. It's an opportunity to tell the story of a coastline that is not waiting for the future, but building its wave by wave. Our strength begins with geography. Andhra Pradesh stretches across more than 1,000 kilometers of coastline, one of the longest in India. The coast is lined with deep nature harbors, strategically positioned on the Bay of Bengal, offering direct access to the global shipping lanes. Today, our ports already handled nearly 1/3 of the cargo moving through India's east coast, set to grow further. We are building a maritime gateway for the future, a network of operational and greenfield ports designed not in isolation but as a part of a single integrated logistics backbone. This backbone is connected through over 1.6 lakh kilometers of road and 9,000 kilometers of rail and a rapidly expanding air network. Together, this creates the shortest, smoothest, and the cost-efficient routes between India and the world. Our ports are modern, deep draft, and increasingly automatic. But it is not the infrastructure alone that defines us, it's how it connects to everything around it. Each port in Andhra Pradesh is envisioned as a growth engine powering corridors of trade and industry. The Vizag to Chennai and Hyderabad, Bangalore, and the coastal hinterland corridors form the arteries of this vision. Along these corridors, over 90,000 acres of industrial land is ready to host global investments in manufacturing, warehousing, and logistics. But ports and corridors are just the beginning. A truly strong maritime economy touches communities, industries and natural resources. One of our proudest achievements in the blue economy, Andhra Pradesh is India's #1 state in inland fish production and among the top in marine exports. Along our coast, modern fishing harbors and 350 plus landing centers support the livelihoods of more than 6 lakh fishermen and their families. In the last financial year alone, we exported over 650 million US dollars worth of marine products. This is just the beginning. We are modernizing our harbors to global standards, strengthening cold chains and opening the sector of technology partnership and processing investments. This is how a coastline becomes more than a trade route. It becomes source of prosperity for its people. Alongside the sea, Andhra Pradesh is blessed with a 900-kilometer network of rivers and canals suitable for navigation. These waterways are now being developed into green logistics spine. Inland waterways are cleaner, cheaper and more sustainable, and they give industries located inland the same across the globe trade as a coastal clusters. Projects for RO and RO packs connected are already identified along the Krishna and Godavari rivers. We are not imagining the future, we are laying the foundation for a multi-modal logistic revolution. Our vision is also anchored in tourism, culture and community. With a coastline that offers breathing beaches, estuaries and historic towns, Andhra Pradesh is opening its doors to marine tourism and cruise experience. This is a sector where infrastructure meets imagination, where economic growth and cultural vibrancy walk together. All of this supported by a clear and ambitious policy framework. Andhra Pradesh has crafted one of the India's most comprehensive maritime and logistic incentive packages with financial support for shipbuilding, harbor development, port-linked infrastructure and cold chain logistics. We are also streamlining the governance ecosystem through AP LINC, a unified logistics entity that brings multiple corporations under a single umbrella, giving investors one window, one platform and a faster execution. Our message today is clear. Andhra Pradesh is not just participating in India's maritime story, we are shaping its next chapter, a coastline of more than 1,000 kilometers, a logistic network built to scale, a blue economy already leading the nation, a river system is ready to redefine freight movement, and a government that backs ambition for a development with the policy, speed and clarity to create an economic ecosystem driven by seaports linked better than ever. To our friends and partners from around the world, this is the time to look east, this is the time to look towards Andhra Pradesh, and this moment to build together. And in this moment, we are very proud that we are working under a great visionary leader, our beloved Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, who thinks visionary, and he is you want to construct for every 50 kilometers a port and the connectivity of the railways and the road system. So the maritime policy is also been that previously Mr. Krishna Babu Garu also has said about the AP maritime policy, and now the nation, our beloved Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji also this announced a Sagarmala project. A lot of projects are coming. So in this team, we hope Andhra Pradesh will be the #1 in this maritime sector. And thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for giving the broad perspective and highlighting the state's industrial growth. Now, I would request Dr. Shivaprasad, Chairman, Andhra Pradesh Inland Waterways to share his perspectives with respect to the maritime ecosystem.
Good evening, everybody. It's a great honor for me to be with you in this prestigious India Maritime Week 2025 with eminent and legends of maritime industry. I am Chairman, AP Inland Waterways Authority. I extend my heartfelt greetings to our Honorable Minister Sri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu and dynamic leader, Maritime Board Chairman AP Sri Damacharla Satya Garu and our sincere officers of our state Sri Krishna Babu Garu, Abhishek Garu, Praveen Garu and other dignitaries. A few words about our inland waterways system of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh is strategically blessed with 1555 kilometers of river networks with 900 kilometers of declared national waterways NW4 and NW40 and multiple nodes linking to major ports like Kakinada, Machilipatnam and Krishnapatnam. These are immense enablers for low-cost, sustainable logistics and regional trade. APIWA is driving key initiatives to unlock the potential of inland waterways in Andhra Pradesh. These include RORO services aimed at improving cargo transport and regional connectivity, cruise tourism projects on the Krishna and Godavari rivers, port connectivity enhancements to strengthen multimodal logistics, temple tourism circuits and that blend cultural heritage with river-based travel, hydrographic surveys to identify and develop navigable routes. These initiatives are being pursued in collaboration with various stakeholders through public-private partnerships, reflecting our commitment to integrated and sustained development. APIWA is progressing steadily towards becoming a single window authority for all inland water transport related matters in Andhra Pradesh. We invite the enthusiastic stakeholders to collaborate with us. We are open to adapt best practices and innovations from your domains. In conclusion, APIWA is not just a statutory body, it's a mission, a movement to receive and harness our rivers as lifelines of economic growth, cultural heritage and sustainable transport. Let us work together to unlock the true potential of inland waterways in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting how the Indian inland waterways plays a transformative role. I would now request our Honorable Minister, Infrastructure and Investment, Shri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, to share his views.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, global leaders, industries captains, partners and friends, good evening. స్టేజ్ మీద ఉన్నటువంటి పెద్దలు శ్రీ దామచల్ల సత్యనారాయణ గారు, అదేవిధంగా ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్రటరీ కృష్ణబాబు గారు, అభిషేక్ గారు, ప్రసాద్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా మా యొక్క CEO ప్రవీణ్ ఆదిత్య గారికి, I give me immense pleasure to represent the government and peoples of Andhra Pradesh at this year India Maritime Week, a celebration of India maritime strength, heritage, and future potential. Andhra Pradesh has always shared a deep and enduring connection with the sea from the ancient of Kalinga and Modpalli trade routes to the modern container terminal of the day. With a 1053 kilometers coastal line, the second largest in India, Andhra Pradesh proudly serves as India's maritime gateway of East Coast, linking our nation to Asian and East Asian countries' economies. This geographic advantage, supported by progressive governance, modern infrastructure, and a strong investment climate, has positioned Andhra Pradesh at the forefront of India's blue economic transformation. Today, Andhra Pradesh operates 6 operational ports, including the major port of Visakhapatnam, handling of nearly 30% of all cargo of India eastern seaboard. Visakhapatnam port, one of the India's old natural harbour port, it has evolved into modern mechanized port crossing 75 million tons annually. Gangavaram port, among the deepest all-weather ports in India, in setting benchmark in operational efficiency and hinterland connectivity. Krishnavaram port, with its integrated container and logistics operation, is a shining example of private sector success driving regional growth. The expanded capacity and competitiveness, we are developed 4 new greenfield ports at Ramayapatnam, Machilipatnam, Mulapeta, and Kakinada. Together, new ports operate over 350 million tons of planned capacity, ensuring Andhra Pradesh remain the anchor of India's East Coast maritime growth. We are building in integrated logistics and connectivity ecosystem through high-speed highways, freight, rail corridor, and inland waterways. The Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and the Chennai-Bangalore Industrial Corridor, supported by the Government of India and the Asian Development Bank, are linking our 4 inland manufacturing zones, creating seamless movement of goods, balanced regional growth. We are also developing over 900 kilometers of navigable inland waterways, including National Waterway 4, connecting Kakinada, Rajahmundry, and Vijayawada to promote low-cost and green cargo movement. The Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, working closely with railways and NHAI, is ensuring robust first mile and last mile connectivity to every port, enhancing turn around time and logistic efficiency. We are building green and smart ports that integrates renewable energy, digital automation, and waste to energy system. At Duggarajapatnam, we are developing a mega shipbuilding and ship repair cluster designed to serve both defense and commercial vessels. This incentive will generate skilled employees to promote Atmanirbharata and establish Andhra Pradesh as maritime manufacturing hub on the east coast. Additionally, we are upgrading fishing harbors and fish landing centers at Uppada, Machilipatnam, and Nijamapatnam, empowering our coastal communities and enhancing India seafood exports capacity. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Andhra Pradesh has been steadily ranked among the top states in ease of the doing business. Our industrial development policy and logistics policy offer one of the India most attractive incentives. Up to 100% reimbursement of net state GST for 10 years. Capital invested support for port and shipyard infrastructure, R&D and training support. Tariff relief on power and water and exhibition on of stamp duty and registration fee. We have also introduced production-linked incentives for shipbuilding and marine manufacturing. Our single desk portal provide end-to-end approval within 21 days, ensuring predictable and efficient facilities to all investors. The Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board acts as a single point of authority for all maritime related investments, offering clarity and confidence. The every investor, innovator and partner present here today, I extend a warm invitation to join in shaping a maritime future that is visionary, inclusive and full promise. The tide is a right, the wind is a strong, Andhra Pradesh is a ready to sail forward with purpose, confidence and partnership. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Before we proceed to our next session, I would request the dignitaries to please take their seats. The highlight of today's session is the panel discussion on unlocking Andhra Pradesh maritime advantage. This discussion will explore three critical dimensions in the maritime ecosystem. First, the port operations. Second, logistics. And finally, shipbuilding. And how Andhra Pradesh can leverage its strategic position, policy momentum, and partnerships. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our moderator for the session, Shri Davinder Sandhu, Chairman, Primus Partners, with a distinguished experience of around 35 years with government, World Bank, and the private sector. Joining him, Joining him on the panel is Special Chief Secretary, Infrastructure and Investment, T. Krishna Babu. Shri Captain G. Venkateshwarilu, Director Shipbuilding HSL. Shri K. Mukundan, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. Shri M. Murlidhar, CEO, Kakinada Seaports. Shri Janardhan Rao, Bothra Group. A very warm welcome to all our panelists. Mr. Sandhu, the stage is yours now. I'll get you, it's fine. I'll give Oh, कहाँ है? I'm sorry, I just missed Shri Umesh Saha, PSA International.
afternoon. Thank you for assembling today at this very important event. One of the longest coastlines on the eastern seaboard of India, and a state that is committed to making things happen on the eastern seaboard. As the start, I would only like to share that there was once upon a time I was the World Bank's Global Advisor on Private Investment, and I was able to see posts right from Tianjin to Lagos. I covered most of Asia and Africa. There was one problem that I saw across ports. Ports had their back to the land and their face to the sea. They were all focused on their own self and not with the surrounding areas. But what we see here in Andhra Pradesh is a breaking of that logjam. There is a 360 view. The port is a connector, it's a link. The road systems, the inland waterway, the railway systems, the multimodal logistic parks, even on the blue economy side, the fishing, the marine economy, in addition to the bulk and the non-bulk traffic that's being carried onto the ports, everything is in focus. And this is a remarkable way of moving forward in this perspective. A lot of data has been shared, but I would jump right away into requesting the Honorable Special Chief Secretary to let us know how you arrived at this whole concept of 360-degree, where the port is a hub, but it looks all around it and aids in development.
Anyway, we all know that the port ecosystem has to be developed. Actually, when we go for development, port-led development, so a lot of things associated with the port has to be developed to make the logistics work. Because why we are coming to the coast is basically to take advantage of the movement of goods and services through sea. So what we have planned is, because we have a very long coastline, so we plan to develop almost now, if you see, almost every 100 kilometers, more or less one port we are planning for development. So starting from Molapeta, then Visakhapatnam, the Kakinada, then Machilipatnam, Ramayapatnam and Krishnapatnam. And also Honorable Chief Minister's view is to develop some of the fishing harbors which can also have facility to have the coastal movement of the cargo. So some of these, the next phase, second phase fishing harbors, not only will be used for fishing harbor, it will also be used to handle some of the coastal cargo. And Duggarajapaట్నం, Machilipatnam and Molapeta will be developed as the shipbuilding centers. So associated with this is a port proximal area where the development of the industry and associated industry, port-based industries should come in. And also it is linked to the industrial corridors, both Chennai, Visakhapatnam, then Chennai, Bangalore and Hyderabad, Bangalore. So lot of lands are acquired during on these nodes, such that the entire ecosystem develops in a organic way, such that any person, whether they are putting the industry alongside the coast or hinterland, will be having a similar advantage of having a proper logistic linkage. So this is where, of course, a lot of further investment is needed. We are almost attracting investments in each and every sector what we now have taken up. So definitely we are sure that the ecosystem will develop in such a way that it will be logistically much more easy, and also targeting and the look east policy, that is doing the trade with Southeast Asian nations and being in the advantageous position is fully captured.
Thank you, Mr. Babu. You mentioned the Southeast Asian nations. and we requested Mr. Saha to comment last, but let me ask you to go first. It was a remarkable learning for me to see how a city-state could actually become a major logistics point for the world. So could you just share about what PSA has done in terms of automation and transshipment, and what are the learnings that we can take from there?
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Shri B.C. Janardhan Reddy, Distinguished Special Chief Secretary, Shri M.T. Krishna Babu, Distinguished Chairman, APMB, Shri Satyanarayan, Distinguished Chairman, Andhra Pradesh Inland Waterways, Dr. Shiva Prasad, Distinguished MD, Andhra Pradesh Airport Development Corporation, Shri Praveen Adityaji, and Distinguished CEO APMB, Shri Abhishek Kumar, and respected dignitaries and other delegates here. It has been, it's a great opportunity to participate in a session for a state which is actually looking up to a very phenomenal growth. And as we rightly saw in the initial part of the session, that Andhra Pradesh is a critical state with almost 1,000 kilometers of waterfront, as well as exceeding 1,000 kilometers of inland river length. So one thing is very clear, that if there's a huge potential to exploit this natural asset that is with the state. In terms of growth of PSA, I'll come to the PSA story. So currently, in 2024, PSA just crossed handling 100 million TEUs, and that's the highest in the world right now. Out of this 100 million TEU, you'd be surprised to know that Singapore alone has handled 41 million TEU. That's like 40% of the total volume. And hence, it is the largest transshipment hub as well, currently as we speak. One more thing is that it is connected to a network of almost 600 ports globally, right? So, and it is an example where basically scale, technology, and collaboration, all these three merge together to create a very efficient logistic ecosystem. To come to the key enablers, that how PSA has been able to unfurl this story over the years, right? I think first and foremost is the frontline capacity that the port has been able to create at Singapore itself. We are at a capacity of 45 million TEUs currently, out of which we are currently running at a 90% utilization, which is 40 million TEUs. Second is, we have basically grown in a phase-wise manner, and we have basically been successful in setting up a data-driven automation system, which is useful for both planning, operations, as well as maintenance. The third is our collaboration with all our clients, the shipping lines, all the BCOs. That we have, that is also an important driver for growth of PSA. And the fourth, and one of the most important thing, is one of our key component of our strategy globally is node to network. By that, what we mean is that PSA always maintains a strong alignment in terms of communication with both upstream and downstream ports. Now that helps in a way of planning a very efficient logistic ecosystem. And we all know, and we have seen recently, that basis global and macroeconomic changes, it can impact trade in a huge way, and in a very unprecedented and in a very surprised manner. So how does a port with a 45 million TEU capacity been able to handle these? So these are the 3-4 key drivers, or the key points which I would like to highlight as a strength of PSA. And if I were to also comment that, coming now to Andhra Pradesh, right? Andhra Pradesh, I think, as a state will have to grow in a very phased manner, wherein focus on technology and data-driven automation is important on one front. The other point is basically setting up a strong collaboration with stakeholders, shipping line, customers, and even other ports between which it's handling the EXIM trade. I think this together is how a port can really develop into, as per a global standard. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Mr. Saha. I think we take the learnings and we look forward to PSA bringing those learnings to the ports in Andhra Pradesh also. Can I now request Mr. Muralidhar, so much experience in handling the Kakinada seaport, and share his experiences on what Andhra Pradesh has done right and what can be done right for the future as an operator.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for this opportunity. Respected our beloved Minister Janardhan Reddy Garu, our respected Principal Secretary, and all other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Greetings from Kakinada Seaports. So far, our government has presented what is happening in the state, and you will all decide what is going to happen. But I'll tell you what has happened. The Kakinada Deepwater Port is the first experiment on privatizing the ports. In fact, it was not privatizing. Initially, government itself has built a port because Kakinada has been a export hub for rice through the old anchorage port. So ships were anchored at a distance, and small barges take the cargo to the ships and load it at the anchorage. This was happening for more than 100 years. And the government of Andhra Pradesh thought there is a big potential here. We will have to build a proper port. So the Hope Island was giving a proper shelter, proper location was identified, but at that point of time, the funds was a big problem. Now, our Chief Minister, Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu, was also Chief Minister in 1995. He approached Asian Development Bank, took a loan of 350 crores and completed this project with that money. Now this small project, after commissioning it, there is a small friction. I would say it is a small friction between old Anchorage port working laborers, and they were all afraid that because of this port, old Anchorage port will be closed. And this port being a proper deep draft port, they will be mechanized and they may lose jobs. But Chief Minister understood this and said both the ports have to run. We will not close that. At the same time, Deepwater Port has to run. Government has tried for 1 or 2 years and it was little slow. And at that point of time, Gujarat started privatizing the ports, and our Chief Minister took a decision to privatize this. So privatization process was there and it was privatized. Kakinada Seaports took over as the concessionaire. It was a very hard time initially because we have to develop the cargoes. Since initial expenditure was met by the government, there was no big burden as far as the investment is concerned. But to run the port, you need some cargoes. At that point of time, government came to our rescue, and when we proposed, give some incentives to the edible oil. Edible oil refineries were set up in Kakinada. Kakinada has become a big edible oil hub. And today, they are processing about 1 million tons of edible oil every year, and that is the import of crude oil. So later on, the 100% export-oriented unit of sugar refinery, it has come. It imports sugar and exports sugar. That's about 1.5 million tons. So our secretary was mentioning, once the port comes, how the ecosystem develops around that area and how the employment develops. The Kakinada story is a successful story, and our Chief Minister has proved several times. This is one of the small examples how is created a wealth for the well-being of the society. The 350 crores of loan was paid long back. So far, we have, I think, I have really exact figures I don't have, but we have already given a revenue share of probably 1,800 crores to the government, and I can clearly assess every year, because of the customs duty generated, GST generated, the Andhra Pradesh share would be more than 3,000 crores. Just because of a small investment made by the Chief Minister that time, and it is creating so much of wealth today. So this much is the potential of a pivot. So it is for the people to use this opportunity. Now better roads are connected, ports are connected, better roads, wonderful railway systems are there. Very good. Railways department, roads department, all are so proactive. Officers are working, and it is a wonderful atmosphere in Andhra Pradesh right now. And you are seeing how it is happening. And thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Muralidharan. I think those are very encouraging words. The lesson that we take is a proactive policy approach, which you rightly said is available today, and at the same time, a focus on all the stakeholders at the same time. These are good recipes for success that all the investors take the example. Mr. Janardhan Rao from Bodhara is here. You provide the lubrication for the ports, and right from stevedoring to number of services that you provide from the group. So how do you think better services can attract more capital and at the same time make sure that the ports function in a more efficient manner?
Thanks for this opportunity to speak about the port sector. This is the best example which you have asked. Is the Bothra is the best example, you can say. We have started our journey as a stevedorer only. It is an old legacy of operation of manual unloading and loading. From there we started, and today we are into ports and terminals. But actually the old basic concept of the stevedoring is still it is there, but now in the competitive environment we have to do more into modernization of the ports. The stevedoring concept has been changed to mechanical unloading and mechanical handling systems. So basically any port, if you talk about it, is that the basic ingredients for developing of the port ingredients is not only a coastline. That coastline is also supported with natural draft, which is having less siltation and to reduce the maintenance cost of the dredging. And second thing is that most of the industrial hinterland we should have to cater the services to the industries to get the more volumes to the ports. Then third port comes, it is now the vessel sizes also is changed from the smaller size from the Handymax to now it is a baby capes, Panamax and cape size vessels being handled. So the vessel draft is also, it's very, very good. Port draft is also very much important, and more mechanized operations also important because the turnaround of the vessel is very important. So in this perspective, actually there is a lot of investment opportunities came. It is earlier, if it is a post-constructed means it is just develop a jetty and do that operations. But now it is ancillary, lot of infrastructure has to be, now it is becoming a capital intensive, but it is a cost economic investments. So now, especially for Andhra Pradesh is very good. We are having a shoreline, very good depths are available. All the ports being developed with a deep draft ports. And now this is an opportunity for everyone to invest into ports for the modernization and mechanization of the ports. Definitely this will help. And especially Andhra, whether Krishna Babu sir has given the presentation, they are not only talking about the maritime development only. They are developing very beautiful industrial clusters, because ultimately if you don't have a volume of cargo, what the ports will do? So it is, they are also planning for the almost 90,000 acres of land is being, developed as a 3 industrial clusters. But it is not only industrial clusters simply developing, all the connecting roads, it is including whether it is in a Sagarmala or maybe it is connecting to all the industrial cluster, and developing a new railway lines definitely will help for the industrial clusters to take the services from the ports at a lower economical logistics cost. So this will definitely, Andhra Pradesh will be a future investment hub for the especially maritime sector. This is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. So we talked of the ports, we talked of the hinterland, we talked of cluster development, we talked of automation and all the efficiencies that are needed, and the government's focus on making sure that there is economic activity which rises to make sure that the ports have adequate volumes connected by good logistics infrastructure, roads, rail, etc. Which brings me to the next important agenda for Andhra, the whole port sector, is shipbuilding. And Mr. Venkateshwarlu to my right from the Hindustan Shipyard. So this is an important part, and the government is focused on that as part of the National Maritime Vision. There's a large commitment that's given in terms of incentivization. Very detailed plan is there. I believe you are part of the group working at the ministry also. So could you share your insights from your operations? At the same time, what do we need to make sure that shipbuilding goes forward?
Honorable Minister, Special Chief Secretary, the members of the AP Maritime Board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, I must thank the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways and the Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board to give me an opportunity, being the lone shipbuilder, so-called, in this entire ecosystem of the operators of ports. I really thank you to give me an opportunity. If you look back in Andhra Pradesh, we are the Hindustan Shipyard is the, I can say, one of the largest shipyards in the country. And in fact, we are the only shipbuilding yard in Andhra Pradesh of certain reckoning with kind of infrastructure and capabilities to build very large ships for the government and of course for any consumer. So when I get a shipbuilder's perspective with respect to operations, or I must say the core issues, what do I look as a shipbuilder? I look for demand. I need people to order on us. And shipbuilding industry is a very tough brick and mortar industry as of today. To make it a very viable kind of an industry with presently 3 to 5% CAGR into at least a 10% CAGR industry, we have to really take certain important steps with respect to. The first point is demand generation, and I'm happy to say that the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways is doing, the government is doing a lot of investment into demand generation by the various oil sector, making India flagged vessels. Now compete globally, we are also extremely involved in the Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board to set up the shipbuilding clusters. There are two aspects to this, sir. First is a brownfield expansion of a company like Hindustan Shipyard. We are an 85-year-old shipbuilding company set up with a great vision, and we have a continuous draft of 10 meters all through. And we have enough ecosystem developed for shipbuilding, ship repairs, and of course submarines, which is maybe not apt for this forum. So this entire ecosystem, we can do a brownfield expansion with a little bit of investment, so that the existing shipbuilding, we can increase our capacity. To give some numbers, a simple factor for a shipbuilder is a steel conversion rate. Today, I am sitting here, can say without any investment, I have a 1,500 tons per month steel conversion rate. And my audited capacity utilization is just 60%. To date, we have a 40% spare capacity sitting. We can expand, and with little bit of investment, we can make it almost double it, 3,000 tons per month steel conversion, which is the largest factor. Now coming to the initiative by the Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, the clusters, one advice or one suggestion maybe I think I should give is, there was a proposal to have a ship repair hub every 50 kilometers, so which is an excellent idea, sir. But also you should diversify into the 903 inland waterways. Along that also you should develop ship repair hubs, because all these inland waterway crafts need ship repairs, which is a quick and fast, like they're doing in Patna, etc. on the other national in the north. So hinterland also we can develop ship repair hubs, which will be a very good investment, and also will attract a lot of jobs in the hinterland. The second aspect will be the OEMs, the foreign OEMs. We are largely dependent. To give some statistics, sir, as a shipbuilder, we are integrators. 70% of a ship cost is material cost, which goes back into the industry. If you pay me 100 rupees, 70 rupees I'm paying back to industry upfront. Only 30 rupees or 30% of the shipbuilding cost is what the shipyard can do value add. So if we are, of course, have to improve our efficiencies and other aspects, which we are on the process of doing, modernization and other, how to manage the skill, etc. So this 70%, another 50% of that is from the foreign OEMs for the main propulsion and other critical equipment. We simply do not have the numbers for them to set up shop. Today, if we go to any European supplier, which is the main thing, for any of these main propulsion equipment, the lead time is absurd. It's almost 2 years, because we are not in the global supply chain. Whereas the countries like Korea, Japan, China, of course, not to say, have set up, the same OEMs have set up industrial clusters. Therefore, if nothing else, assembling, the design, the proprietary will still be with them. So we should encourage as a government, sir, to set up the foreign OEMs, that main engine manufacturers, the propulsion shafting, the thrusters manufacturers, to set up shops in India, including warehouse, and we can also partner with them with respect to the supporting them for servicing, etc. So that will give the boost. It will first of all reduce the timeline, their commitments will be better. So overall, our shipbuilding delivery timelines will be better, which is what a foreign player owner who wants to order ships on us comes. A lot of us are coming with some timelines, which is very difficult at this stage to meet with the present supply chain disruptions. So with that respect, that is my second suggestion, sir, foreign OEMs. And import restrictions and other SEZs for these foreign equipment till the time we stabilize our own supply chains is a very important aspect in shipbuilding, because the turnaround times are extremely short, especially the ship repair part. We need to, like something like Colombo dock, where we get a similar super tanker or any tank, bulk carrier or a crude carrier for repair. They are expecting us to turn around the ship in 25 days, 15 days. With great efficiency increase, we have managed to reach 35 days. So we are still need to improve, but because I don't get the item, it has a cooling time in the customs, then an original letter has to go from the customs local here to there, and that original letter he sees, and those kind of minor regulatory issues have to be tweaked by the government's intervention, sir. So with all this, definitely we are very buoyant about the initiatives taken by the Andhra Pradesh government, and we definitely are exploring to be a major partner in the shipbuilding ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh, and please do count on us for all the shipbuilding, because we are the core shipbuilders and we know exactly the shipbuilding, sir. With that, these are the few suggestions I get to the table. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. That was very insightful. I'm sure the CEO of the AP Maritime Board has taken note of some of your ideas, and we will take them forward. So the port, the shipbuilders, the operators, and finally financing. So Okandan, I kept you last for that reason, so that you know everything. So how do we make sure that this entire effort at putting everything together, this 360 effort, finds the adequate finance, whether it is blended finance, BGF, what are your investors looking for?
Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished leaders here on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Just for introduction about what is NIF for some of the people who may not be aware of it here. We are an equity fund set up by the Government of India. We currently manage about $5 billion. The government owns 49% of it, is contributed by the Government of India. The balance 51% has been raised from international investors. very reputed international investors like pension funds of Canada, Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, Temasek. These are our investors in our fund. We have today deployed this across core infrastructure sector, roads, ports, airports. We are 50% shareholders in the Bogapuram Airport, which is coming up in Visakhapatnam. So we are essentially an equity investor investing into all these projects. Insofar as the ports and logistics is concerned, we have a partnership with DP World. All the businesses of DP World in India, we are an equity investor in them. We are I am proud to say that we are currently the second largest container train operator and logistic company in India after Concor. So we are also building a greenfield port in Tunateka in Gujarat. We are investing about 6,000 crores in that project. We means our joint venture company is investing into that project. Coming into how financiers will look at it, couple of points are what I would like to say, and more specifically to Andhra Pradesh as well. Our investors are all pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, and they look for steady returns, stable returns. Even though it may be muted returns, they are looking for stable returns. And what we have seen in the past is based on last 30 years of data, is that container traffic tends to be more secular. It is linked to the GDP growth of the country itself. If you see the last 30 years, if the container traffic is something like 1.2x the GDP growth of the country itself. And therefore we are able to predict what will be the container traffic, whereas in the bulk, what we see is that it is more fluctuating and it is linked to the commodity price itself. And therefore investors like us, financial investors, strategics may have a different view, including our partner DP World. We normally invest only into container businesses, container ports, not into bulk ports. And if you come to that, we see more of container traffic happening in the western coast than on the eastern coast. For historical reasons, it has been happening. Therefore, coming next to the last point of about how we can work in Andhra Pradesh and stuff, I think one of the areas where we need to work upon is also to improve the interland traffic and the logistic corporations and getting more traffic from wherever, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, or even from Delhi and other more of container traffic, most from the look east kind of policy which you were saying. In some way, we should also link it to the Galatia Bay project which the government of India is developing at the Great Nicobar area, which will be a big transshipment container terminal which is coming up. If we can get some kind of a transshipment there and more traffic into the eastern coast, I think that will be a big boost, and we should be looking at investment opportunities. Coming into our own, how we will look at investments into new greenfield ports. We need some visibility about, the other point which I wanted to talk about was about the visibility of the volume. Volume risk is something which we should have a fair predictability as to what kind of volumes will come, and we do our own modeling as to what will be the growth in the hinterland, what kind of traffic will come. And we need to have some clarity about how many ports are going to come up in the east coast. More if the AP government itself is going to award more projects. If we are planning a port every 50 kilometers, I know many of them are fishing harbors. Fishing harbors are fine, but how many ports ultimately we want to have on our coast? Because there will be competition ultimately. We will price everything. If you are saying that in the next 10 years I want to have ports at these locations, over the next 20 years I'm going to have these ports, we will factor into our model and accordingly estimate what will be the traffic. That is something that we need to have clarity how many ports are going to come. If too many are going to come in a short period, we already have Krishnapatnam, Gangavaram, Vizag, Kakinada, plus we have 3 more which are being developed by the government itself, and 6 ports, 6 or 7 ports. Plus more are coming, then it eats up, each one eats up into the other's volume till the hinterland traffic goes up. So we need to have clarity as to how many ports are going to come up. As a pure financial investor, because my investment horizon is 8 years, 10 years, my funds are 10, 15 years, I need to return back the money to my investors at the end of 7 or 8 years, 10 years. Whereas a strategic investor who is investing for 50 years or 60 years may have a different view. He will say that this hinterland will get developed over a period of time. But for financial investors like us, we need to have some visibility as to what will be the competition, how can hinterland traffic will come. Those are the points which I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Bukatavan. I think your intervention is well noted in terms of the time horizons, but that's what I wanted you to mention, that point about that. So, can I request the audience to please participate with your questions for the excellent panel? Any thoughts that you have to share? Now is the time to do that. Please raise your hand and the person will come with the mic. Any questions or any ideas that you want to share?
Hello. Good evening, all the guests and dignitaries. Sir, I don't have any questions, but I'm from Chogle Global. We are operating a shipyard from last 10 years in West Coast, and we are having some request to APME as shipyards are capital intensive and long payback period. Concession agreements for whichever it is there, it should be considered as 50 years plus. And we request APME to extend the support as we are operating the shipyard in West Coast, and we are planning for further expansion in East Coast in Andhra Pradesh. So it should be considered as a brownfield expansion under DJ's capital subsidies. And as AP coastline is the cyclone prone area, we request to take extra care, special care from AP Maritime.
Okay. Thank you. 3 points you raised. One is about the concession period. So we know that the shipbuilding and ship repair facility is very capital intensive. That is why in our policy we are recommending 30 plus 30. So 30 years, and at the end of 30 years it is automatic extension unless you default on certain things. If everything is going as per the concession agreement, you need not worry. So that can be taken up. So that is one. Second thing is regarding Government of India regulation, whatever subsidy, what they have to release depending on how they look at the project. Definitely we will also try to liaison with Government of India to clarify, because we are ready, because we don't have anything in this, because our subsidies, our incentives are already published and they are known. Only thing is over and above, as a top of facility, whatever Government of India gives will be in addition. We also want to facilitate whatever best we can do, we will also pursue. But only thing is, it also depends on Government of India way of how they look at it. Third is about the cyclones, etc. So I don't think that cyclone will really affect this particular thing unless you take proper precautions. So unless it is crossing on your shipyard, unfortunately, and that too very high speeds like Hudhud, 210 or 220 kilometers per hour, I don't think that is a major concern, and definitely the insurance should cover whatever risk we are exposed to. And whatever you give practical suggestions to protect this kind of risks by APMB or Government of Andhra Pradesh, we are welcome. We just will see what best can be done. So the East Coast, as you know, has advantages and small risks also. Let us just work together to mitigate whatever risks we have. So that is how we'll try our best to see that the projects will be viable, because that is the crux of the issue. So definitely we are with you.
The cyclones are actually being a shipyard on the East Coast for 85 years, including Hudhud. It's just not a risk. I can vouch for it. And as we speak, there's a cyclone going around that place today. So it's not a risk at all.
Good evening, sir. My name is Alisha. I am operating a shipyard in Kakinada, small shipyard. My question is to Mr. Mukundan. Sir, how we get finance for shipbuilding? Because shipbuilding is a more capital intensive. You are aware, huge finance requirement is there. But bankers are not giving any finance to, they are giving only for traditional businesses. But how do we get the finance for shipbuilding, particularly in India?
Yeah, I know. I can talk of NIF, what we do and what can be done. There are two parts to this question. From an NIF perspective, we are an equity investor and therefore we are long-term investors. What we understand from a shipbuilding industry is it is more of working capital intensive and you need more of guarantee covers and long 4 years or 5 years of working capital kind of a thing. There are some bankers who are coming up with that kind of schemes as well. They are opening up. But more importantly, what I want to tell you is the Government of India is coming up with this Maritime Development Fund. And as part of that package, they are also having a guarantee fund and also interest subvention scheme. About 5,000 crores has been given for interest subvention and a guarantee provision of about 10,000 or 20,000 crore is also being made. And all this is not for the port operations, largely for the shipbuilding activity itself. So that the Cabinet of Government of India has already approved it and it should become operational anytime soon. So those are the incentives which are available, and since it's a working capital nature of it, you will have to continue to go to the commercial banks only. Institutions like us are largely equity investors and therefore I don't think we will be able to directly provide financing for you. These are the other facilities which are available.
Any other thoughts?
Hello sir, this is Kiran Kumar from Marino Industries. Sir, I have one question to Mr. Krishna Babu sir. Sir, shipbuilding especially needs a lot of ancillary industries to be developed. So what is a state government policy to develop those ancillary industries? Because to the best of my knowledge, Andhra Pradesh do not have those kind of ancillary industries set up in Andhra Pradesh, sir.
Yeah, it depends on the scale of investment from MSME to ultra mega. That is why our presentation you must have seen both industrial policy, maritime policy and MSME policy. So MSME policy gives up to 125 crores. So investment up to 125 crores. 125 to 500 is one category, 500 to 1000 is another category, more than 1000 crores. So each of the category we have industrial development policy 4.0. So you can just go through the incentive packages depending on what kind of investment is going into the ancillary industry. That will be categorized into that particular category, and whatever incentives applicable to that category will be given. So because the shipbuilding, the main activity may be very capital intensive, it may fall in one particular category. But the ancillary industry may be 10 crores worth of investment or 50 crores worth of investment. So that will come into that category, and the incentives available to that category will be applicable. So we have coverage up from 2.5 crores to more than 5,000 crores. So those are the things.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I would also encourage you that after the session, maybe you should speak to Mr. Venkateshwarlu, the country's largest shipbuilder, who is in Andhra Pradesh. If they are building ships, then you can be sure that there is a very vibrant local system that's available of MSMEs. So do connect with him. I think he will give you some comfort on that. So, but again, the CEO of APMB has heard you out, and they will address your concern along with what information has been given by the Special Chief Secretary. Also, the point around the cyclones. I mean, in a past life, I used to be at the Prime Minister's office where we looked at the eastern coast. I think this fear is a little overblown, as has been mentioned by our colleague on the panel. If that was so, then green hydrogen and LNG ports would not be expressing serious interest in being set up on Andhra Pradesh. And as you are aware, there's a very, I will not take the name, but a global firm that wants to set up an LNG port, a 365-day LNG port that anticipates cyclone. So I think that it's a question of engineering, and then of course it's a question of guarantees and risk protection and insurances. But that's not something that should really cover, make you scared of investing on the East Coast. So, but happy to have a conversation even after the panel to address any concerns that you have on that. Do we have any other thoughts? Okay, thank you for your participation. I think this was a very rich questions from the audience that came in. Honorable Minister, sir, this panel is very complete, right from the operators to the builders, to the service providers, to the shipbuilders, to the financiers, and of course, you and my fellow civil service colleagues giving adequate assurances on policy. So thank you so much, but anything that you would like to share with the audience, your words?
Yeah, so what exactly we want to assure any investor coming to Andhra Pradesh is whatever advantages, apart from the advantages geographically and from ecosystem point of view, we have very visionary leader, means our Chief Minister always thinks ahead of time. And we also know that Government of India, led by Honorable Prime Minister, is encouraging investments in the Look East policy. So we have single point contact. Our Economic Development Board, EDB, is a single point contact where you need not go around the offices for clearances. It is a single window system. Any project of 1,000 crores plus is having a dedicated senior officer to take the project forward, duly facilitating with the investor on a continuous basis till it is properly grounded and comes to operation. So, and of course, the incentive structures are, we cannot say the best in all the aspects, but definitely better than many states. And we are one of the best state for offering various incentives and support for the industry. And with the active persuasion from Honorable Chief Minister, just figures, almost we are almost investing around 1.3 lakh crores by MORTH, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, on improvement of national highways, the infrastructure of highways, and almost 1.02 lakh crores of investment in railways for improving the railways, both doubling, electrification, new lines, and also laying new lines to connect the hinterlands west of our state. Because traditionally, we were connecting north to south, whether it is a third and fourth line from Kharagpur to Chennai, or Hyderabad to Bangalore, Bangalore to Chennai. But now the need is felt to connect maybe the Visakhapatnam, Titlagar, Raipur, similarly the Krishnapatnam to Bangalore, so and Titlagar to the Delhi via Nagpur. So all these lines, a special focus is given to ensure that the cargo movement from any of the hubs, whether it is the eastern hub at Visakhapatnam, where almost 3 ports are there, including Kakinada. If you see 4 ports, and of course technically it is 6 ports, and central Machilipatnam, and to the south Krishnapatnam. So these hubs are getting connected to deep hinterlands to give advantage of easy logistics. So, and also even the airports, AP is one of the very few states which is going for greenfield airports from the state side with a PPP partner. So most of the airports, as you know, they first developed by Airport Authority of India. So now we are going for greenfield airports. Almost the vision of the state is to have airport within 1 hour of travel. So from one another. So that is the kind of thing. And of course, we are not putting the ports at every 50 kilometers. What we told is a port or fishing harbor or ship repair facility. One of the facility should be there every 50 kilometers. So our ports are now almost saturated. So we have Molapeta, then Visakhapatnam, Kakinada, Machilipatnam, then Ramayapatnam, Ramayapatnam, Krishnapatnam and Dugarajapatnam. So these are the almost 100 to 150 kilometers. Within 100 to 150 kilometers distance, we have the ports. The maximum, if it comes, Wadarevu, if the legal problems get resolved, those are the 1 or 2 ports in the long run, it may come. So that is why at least there is definitely confidence we can create in the investors that these ports, because Gujarat, you must have seen almost the number of ports, because the ports can come depending on the local requirement as a captive. But only thing is, it is not easy to develop port on eastern side because of the nature of sea. That is, for every port you need proper breakwater, proper conditions, safe conditions, etc. Maybe West Coast, with a very small intervention, you can just create a jetty and start operating without much investment. But here, if you want to invest, at least minimum 2,500 crores is minimum required for at least, even if you want to do one berth for captive purpose. So that is how it may not be possible. Now, apart from the ports, what we talked, so ArcelorMittal, we have given one exclusive port for captive operations, because they are coming with a 10 million plus the steel plant. So for that we have given a captive port. So that is the spread what we are talking about. And one advantage at least we can offer in Andhra Pradesh is now we are putting a logistic corporation, because our Honorable Chief Minister gives lot of importance on logistic management. So almost we are putting a logistic corporation as a the holding company, where all the corporations which are working in logistic field are being brought into that. Earlier, the Road Development Corporation used to be in R&D department. Then Warehousing Corporation used to be in marketing department. So APMB is separate. The Airport Development Corporation is separate. So all that are handled by various departments in the government. Naturally, there is a silo sort of approach. Now the entire, all the corporations are coming into the one umbrella, such that the combined balance sheet can help in accessing more finances to evenly take up activities of last mile connectivity, whatever gaps, whatever we identify, to ensure that those gaps are addressed, and also the concerns of the investors, because some investor may come, he may say, my external connectivity, unless this 20 kilometers highway, 4-lane road is there, it will not work out for me. Unless this 4 kilometers railway line is laid, it will not work out for me. So for these kind of last mile connectivity, we can leverage the strength of logistic corporation and ensure these kind of things, as that overall ecosystem, the logistic ecosystem can be much better managed. So this is how we are going ahead. So we request any any agency which wants to invest. We have a single window system, AP Economic Development Board. So anybody is welcome.
Thank you so much. Very grateful to this erudite panel. Wonderful thoughts. You raised the bar again with your knowledge that you've transmitted. And thank you for a wonderful audience. You again challenged us with questions. That brings us to the end of this session. I hand you back to the MC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sandhu, and our distinguished.
One small thing I'll just add here. I was working with Mr. Lakshmi Mittal in Indonesia from 96 to 2003, 7 years. In fact, he was coming to Indonesia one day in a year. So that day, that night, he used to spend with all the expatriates. And we were asking him, when will you come to India? You are acquiring, building steel plants everywhere, all around the globe. The steel plants are all around the globe. So he was telling that good atmosphere is not there in India. He was never coming forward to do that. So after Modi Sarkar, I think he has come into some small investments into India. And after our Babu's Sarkar, he has stepped in fully. Just I want to add this.
Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists for an insightful and forward-looking discussion. The exchange today clearly brought out how Andhra Pradesh has immense potential, from enhancing port efficiency, multimodal logistics, to advancing shipbuilding and global collaboration. Each and every panelist's perspective was certainly a next step towards understanding and transforming the maritime vision of the state. May I now request our Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly give away the mementos to all the panelists. Thank you, everyone. I would now request the panelists to take their seats. And I'll request Secretary Sir and Minister Sir to stay back for exchange of MOU. Yes. I would also request Chairman AP IWA and CEO APMB to please come over this dais. And I will request representative from sir, please. Sir, please come. I'll request Mr. Sohail Rafat, representative from Inland Waterways Authority of India, to come on the dais for exchange of MOU. सीधा Yes. Thank you, everyone. Before we close, I would request the audience again to give a big round of applause for the event that we have conducted. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. With that, we'll conclude our session, Unlocking Andhra Pradesh Maritime Advantage. Thank you. ports
highest in India.
Operation
and invest.
ensuring free
Right from
Logistically, much more easy.